everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are here at Sea of Spears, glad to get you your Song of Ice and Fire fix now that Game of Thrones is over, and boy, did they stick that landing, am I right? But on more positive news, we are going to keep things a-rolling here. We've got some lances breaking, some hearts breaking, some hopes and dreams are breaking. Probably odds are good some bones are going to be breaking. Because currently our young noble folk are in the streets and on the tourney fields of King's Landing, kicking ass, taking names, poking people with sticks, making friends and influencing people everywhere they go. We're going to pick up right where we left off a couple weeks ago, mid-tourney, because it is the tournament and name day feast of the Princess Marcella. So King Robert is celebrating the way he always does, by having people brawl in front of him for exorbitant amounts of money. So far, so good. Our young scions of House Nymeria have been putting boot to ass. Everybody has won every joust round that they have been in, some a little more hard-fought than others. And they also, thank goodness, completely put to rest any sort of gossip or controversy about their house by ending those slanderous lies about the butchery of smallfolk. Because earlier in this day, the heir to House Nymerian won in a duel before the eyes of gods and men against young Adam of House Danit. So thank goodness all that drama is behind us, am I right?
Thank goodness.
Behind us, yes.
There we go.
Forever.
Yeah, I mean, grudges are always a gnawed issue in Westeros. There's no walking around the green hills of Westeros without just tripping on someone's buried ass hatchet.
Your sarcasm game is strong, Zimmerman.
It is. But it's been a busy day, and luckily our young heroes from House Nymerian have so far won every challenge put before them. How are we doing, young heroes of House Nymerian? Let's start with Lady Reyna. Introduce yourself. Remind us who your character is. What's your character been up to today? And then tell us who's up next to introduce themselves.
I'm Felicia, and I'm playing Reyna Nymerian, the heir to the house. The last thing that I did was won a bunch of money because we were betting on the jousts. Adam and I were working the bleachers and reaping great benefits for ourselves and our family. I also won the duel of honor against Adam Bannett, who had accused our house of murdering smallfolk. And so that's what they were carrying on about. We are innocent in the eyes of the gods, which means we're innocent in the eyes of the men. Damn it. And next will be Bela.
Hi, I'm Erica, and I play Bela Nymerian. I am the youngest twin of the Nymerian sisters, and I also participated in the jousting that occurred earlier today, and I won my match against an opponent who had some Valyrian steel from one of our cousins. So we were able to unearth who had that steel, and we will probably find some way to confront this person at some point. We'll see how that goes. And I'll move over to someone not of our house, but who's been with us and loyal, recently named a knight, and Sir Vannon Rivers.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kevin Zarnicki, playing Sir Vannon Rivers, recently knighted scion of House Nymerian. Well, not a scion, but a ward. He's actually the bastard born of House Blackwood, and as he recently learned, their rivals House Bracken, far off in the northern Riverlands. Yeah, that's complicated. But he's out to prove himself, and has just done so to an extent by winning his joust against, I can't remember his name, but he was a King's Guard. He was giving Adam some shit, and I won't fucking have it. Oh yeah, and he made fun of the fact that I'm a bastard, like literally everyone does. But now I'm rich, So, suck it! All right, let's take it over to self-same person who helped get me in that fight that got me so rich. My boy. Come on, Adam.
I'm Ash. I play Adam Nymerian, the youngest child of the house. Not the most martially capable, through no fault of his own, but very much here to support his siblings and Sir Vannon, and hopefully help improve the house's image, though undermining it somewhat by getting in an argument with Boros Blunt.
That was the guy.
Sir Boros Blunt, the belly.
Sir Boros bruised now.
Mm-hmm.
So, that leaves with my big brother.
I guess by process of elimination, that's me. Hi, I'm Robert. I'm playing the eldest son, though third born, Sir Lucaris. He was sent off to King's Landing a number of years ago and has been living a comfortable life in the city. A little too comfortable, probably. And is now upset by the arrival of his family. Not upset, just his world is upsetted. However, the tournament has begun, and he, on his first match, has unhorsed Black Walter Frey.
Indeed. So far, the young scions of House Nymerian and their bastard ward, Vannon Rivers, have defeated Black Walter Frey, a prominent knight of the Riverlands, and one of the Freys with more of a martial reputation than most. So that was noteworthy. Sir Boros Blunt of the Kingsguard, not perhaps reputed, but certainly reputed as kind of the least of the Kingsguard. But as Kevin's bruises can attest, even the least of the Kingsguard is a pretty stalwart knight. He was using Kingsguard appropriate knightly stats, and it was a very hard-fought battle, because it turns out a member of the Kingsguard with a great axe is going to do some damage.
That's
So
some trouble right there.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a hard-fought fight, and then not quite a joust, but Lady Reyna defeated young Adam Dannett, who was the lord of a rival house that used to be bannerman to House Nymerian. But in the wake of the fallout of Robert's rebellion, they were sworn to a different house because they sided with Robert instead of remaining Targaryen loyalists. So there's been kind of some low-key feuding going on for a couple decades. And then Bela, the Lady Bela Nymerian, fought against a fellow Dornish folk, a hedge knight Gennady Shaneen. And so far, so good for House Nymerian. That said, the first day of the joust is winding down. This first day, they were using both kind of jousting lanes. So in just a few minutes, we're going to jump right back into that action. And they're going to watch the last couple jousts of the day that were happening kind of on the secondary tourney field and that sort of thing. Before we do that, however, everybody take a look. Just above me here in the display, you'll see your very own chance to seize the Iron Throne. That is our stream boss. If you like, if you subscribe, if you cheer, if you toss us bits, if you just give us whatever earth money you've got lying around, you will lower the hit points of the Iron Throne health meter there. And when the Iron Throne has been seized, whoever it is that claims it gets to give a destiny point to the player or NPC of your choice. So it can help out a player character, it can help out an NPC. You can use it for the house or their allies, or against the house by giving it to their enemies. It's what would George R.R. Martin do? You don't know, he's crazy. So you can do that anytime you want to. And whoever has the Iron Throne at the end of the episode then gets to give a royal boon to the noble house of their choosing. And that's going to be some stuff that kind of happens off screen. You work it out with me with your favorite house from the show, your favorite house from the books, your favorite house from our show, whatever house you want, up to and including House Naimarian. And they will be given some kind of major narrative or mechanical benefit that will show up in upcoming episodes. So one example of that, the very first royal boon we got went to House Naimarian, and the next episode opened with a flashback scene of Grandpa Makar giving them all a ton of extra money. So everybody got to upgrade their armor a little bit, and that definitely helped in this joust. So you can just kind of pick a noble house, and good things will happen to them, or at the very least, active and interesting. On topic of active and interesting things, check out the chat in about 5 seconds. And I have dropped a link to a fundraiser that we are working on right now with the Shadowcasters Network. Just above Robert's head, over on the opposite top corner, you will see a reminder that we are on the Shadowcasters Network right now. This is a Shadowrun-friendly, geek-loving, pro-awesomeness network that is hosting our show. They are currently in the middle of a great big fat fundraiser. They try to make most of their money for a year during this fundraiser, which culminates in about 3 weeks' time with a 36-hour streamathon. Which last year...
A thon.
Yes, thank you for the echo. Nice and dramatic. So, keep an eye out on that fundraiser. Keep an eye out on Shadowcaster Network announcements, because they've been doing some special podcasts and stuff leading up to the streamathon. They'll be posting the schedule for the streamathon. I don't think we have any rap battles planned last year. Opti's ego is still a little bruised. But we will see what other tricks the trained bears of the Shadowcasters Network get up to this year. There's going to be all sorts of geekery afoot. We've launched a bunch of really cool shows this year, including and especially Sea of Spears. So I know we're going to be name-dropping a lot of geekery during that 36-hour stream. So check out the fundraiser. Toss them a couple of bucks if you are in a place that you are economically capable of doing so, and geekery will abound in your life as a result of your godliness and generosity. I believe that that's just about everything we need to get started. Last call for any questions from chat, and if there are none, and just kidding, even if there are, we are meanwhile going to pick back up with our action post House Naimarian jousting. We'll say this is the first few moments that the lot of you are able to kind of get together and hang out. All 3 of you are done jousting, and the 4th of you is done fighting that honor duel, which was earlier. And you're able to mingle for a few moments while you still hear some crowd roaring from that secondary jousting lane. This one is nominally the primary jousting lane because it's where King Robert was set up and watching. There's nothing wrong with the other jousting lane. It's just considered the secondary one because it's not where the king is. But it looks like perhaps under King Robert Baratheon's watchful gaze and baleful stare, things have moved a little bit faster clip today here at the primary jousting field. So there is still some action going on at the secondary one. But first, everyone's got a brief chance to mingle, congratulate one another, check on some injuries a little bit, and just kind of commiserate for a few moments before you decide what to do next.
Well, you all did well.
So did you. But Vannon, holy crap. I can't, like, that's impressive. Very well done.
Well, thank you, my lady.
Do you have a secret you could share? Like, we've not really spent much time jousting, back home. What was the secret you found?
I practiced for my entire childhood with one of the most talented spear women I've ever met.
Oh.
Well, I'm glad I could have helped you out along the way.
Yeah, you
Take pity
show
on
him-
them.
So I blush like really big, and she's really not sure what to do with that. So she kind of just stammers a little bit, and then kind of like yes.
I
Um,
snag a tray of like lemon ices and like, here, have one of these.
Yes. Oh, great.
You have all
What
done
just
very
happened?
well, and I'm
That is
very
th-
proud of you.
That is legit the bravest thing Vannon has done all day.
It is, and it's almost adorable.
Lucaris just keeps looking back and forth between the two.
What is this shit? What happened while I was gone?
Raina, I'm glad you were able to handily take care of that business earlier too. I have my doubts that that's going to be the end of this, but we should probably find some way to not make up for the events, but we talked about looking into it, and we need to do that. But we should probably find some way to make it known to House Danet that we will work with them to find out what happens.
Right. I think we can make that happen once Adam is out of the healer's tent. I don't.
Yeah, I think just kind of
Yeah.
making sure that they know that we consider this part of the matter settled, and that we're ready to actually get on with finding out who did do it.
Right, and punishing them.
Yeah.
Who wants to speak to him?
Perhaps I should. As a ward, they might feel I'm a little more inclined to side with them.
Not a terrible idea.
It's not a terrible idea, but I also don't want to downplay the importance.
Perhaps I could merely approach them first?
Who else was here with him from Danet? Anybody? Other than the Maester?
All that you have seen in character was Lord Adam Danet standing alone, and then at that dramatically appropriate moment, the Maester joined in the feast hall. You did see him getting some moral support and perhaps political guidance from the heirs to House Ironwood, but you didn't see any other members of House Danet there. There kind of aren't any other members of House Danet.
Especially if
His only sibling is Iris Danet, but even in your lands, with the kind of Cold War Iron Curtain of silence between you, you've heard that Iris Danet has been missing for some time. And there was talk that led to grief in Lord Danet, etc., etc. But you haven't seen any other members of House Danet here. What do we got, Kevin?
Okay, so House Ironwood is advising the poor guy. What is our standing with Ironwood again?
Yeah, they hate you long term.
Bad.
Not like House Danet, who's only hated you for your whole life.
Big houses, it's time is measured differently.
yeah, exactly.
House Ironwood, throughout the history, certainly of even longer than your house, has consistently sided against House Martell. Almost every time there's been a major rebellion or whatever, House Ironwood has been like pulling star screams over and over again. And they're like, surely this Blackfire rebellion will be able to stab House Nimros Martell in the back. And like they've backed all the Blackfire pretenders. Yeah. Yeah, so they've consistently backed like the Blackfire pretenders in attempts to basically usurp House Nimros Martell. Like, because if the Blackfires win, they're like, yay! More recently, 20-ish years ago, they did back Robert Baratheon in Robert's Rebellion. House Ironwood was one of the few Dornish houses that sided against House Nimros Martell, and by extension, House Targaryen. They were amply rewarded by Robert Baratheon, up to and including being given House Danet, for instance. Because remember, the Danets used to be bannermen to House Nymerian, and now the Danets are bannermen to House Ironwood. So it's been appropriate for the heirs of House Ironwood to be speaking with him and kind of supporting him before the king. But yeah, the Ironwoods have an old school grudge against House Nymerian. The Danets have only a generation long grudge against House Nymerian.
Okay, so going through the Ironwoods, not a good way.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking too.
Is it possible that the Ironwoods are somehow manipulating them to use as cat's paws against us?
Possibly.
They didn't seem like.
Sorry?
Milady?
I said they didn't seem like they were super supportive of Sir Adam's insistence on bringing the matter immediately to the table.
I mean, my kind of interpretation of that had been that they didn't want a scene being made in front of the king. It was basically they were making a fool of, like, Adam Danet was making a fool of himself, and therefore kind of by association on them. I did have a thought though that perhaps we might make some leeway through the Maester, who seems to actually have a bit more of a level head.
I also have an idea I'd like to share. Maybe the intention was to have him killed. Get him to an honor duel he can't win. He was much of a swordsman. He dies. Who would gain from that? Who would take those lands? If someone set him against us, it would be them.
I think that it would be them who would take over immediately in that negative space if there was no Danet.
Perhaps they mean to provoke Lord Maekar into debating that point, thus provoking conflict?
They already have the conflict.
So, as you guys are getting deeper into conspiracy theories, where is it you picture this conversation taking place?
Our tent, I guess, like the little camp that we had set up nearby.
Okay. Because with the description of grabbing a tray of iced lemon waters, etc., my assumption was the conversation was still taking place on the tourney field on your way to the secondary jousting lanes.
Yeah, we didn't make it clear.
You are still hearing the roar of the crowd, etc., in the middle distance. If you were back at your pavilion, that's fine. But just keep in mind that means you're missing out on some jousting. You could have been meeting up there to change out of your armor or whatever, and that's just fine. Just in my head, this was taking place in a little bit more public venue, and you guys were starting to spin some conspiracies, so I thought I would double check.
I think we should be in public and just realize we're fucking up and shut up.
Yes, exactly. I think so too.
We'll talk of this more later.
Kevin, yeah.
What is the optimal place to heal my... I'm sorry, is it an injury or a wound? I'm learning the terminology.
It is a wound.
A wound.
Don't worry about it right now.
Okay.
You don't even get to roll to heal them until after the time has passed. Then we're meeting. You're
breaking up. You're real bad. You're de-resing bad.
Go back to that being said.
I got a bunch of crunch from you guys also. So
don't worry about it right now.
Really, so and then you had a villain.
Nope. You're. Yeah. I think everybody else is coming through clear.
Yeah.
We're back at the pavilion grounds to get bandaged up,
That's
to
better.
change out of your heavy armor into more appropriate street clothes and that sort of thing. And we will say that the conversation was then nipped in the bud as you were making your way back towards more public spaces, because as you are making your way back to those public spaces, you are greeted by a smiling, meticulously oily bearded, etc., Magister Illyrio Mopatis of the Free Cities, who has been cheerfully losing wagers to you all most of the day. He's won a couple, but he has had absolutely no alteration in mood throughout. He doesn't seem extra cheerful when he's won coin from you. He hasn't seemed down while losing it. But he comes, through the crowd with a flagon of wine in each hand and kind of cheerfully toasts the lot of you. He goes, my friends, there you are. There was an injury on the secondary field. They're running woefully behind. The joust is still afoot. Come, more wagers.
Gladly.
Unless you have had your fill of Esosi coin.
Take his arm. We will never have our fill of SOC coin. We will be glad to take as much as you choose to wager.
Silver.
But I have a good feeling about these ones. I have lost to you before, but none of you are jousting anymore. We'll see how it goes. And you're able to kind of follow in his wake. He is a large man that has gotten out of shape in his middle age, but he still moves with surprising balance and deftness through the crowd. You will occasionally hear of riders and the like referring to Fat Man's Grace, where he's still just surprisingly nimble as he weaves through the crowd. It's very easy to imagine him as a younger man that is more appropriate to the small sword that he still wears at his hip. Because he and those flagons of wine just weave right through the crowd in a way that is rather impressive. And you get there just as another joust is ending. And you see your cousin, Lord Will, standing over Sir Harland Hunter, who is a house primarily renowned for their archery instead of their lance and spear skill. So Illyrio turns to you and he's still backing up unerringly, sidestepping while backing up to weave through noblemen and get you all a good spot towards him. He goes, too late to wager on that one, but it would have been fool's odds anyway. Everyone knows the Wills take combat seriously. The Wills take most things seriously. You're much more friendly than your cousin.
I find him to be perfectly charming.
There's more of us, so we can divide the seriousness up.
That's true.
The benefit of blood, I'm sure.
And he laughs charmingly at the Westerosi witticisms. And he turns, takes a sip from one of his cups of wine, kind of sloshes the ice around a little, takes a sip from the other one. And then he kind of straightens up a bit, and you can just picture his big smile through his beard. Aha! This one will be interesting. And you see, preparing themselves at either end of the jousting lane is the dashing Lord Beric Dondarrion, a Stormlander of some renown in the tourney scene. He's in his mid-20s. He's got 5 or 6 years on most of you. And even over his masterfully crafted plate, he's wearing his favorite cloak, which is black and it's shot through with purple-white lightning. So he is known as the Lightning Lord, which is also partially the sigil of Dondarrion, but he's quite the dashing, handsome young man. And then you hear the crowd kind of roll with laughter as opposite him, led up by a kind of scrawny 12 or 13-year-old looking kid, is Alisane Mormont on a shaggy northern horse. Looks kind of half pony. It's a sturdy northern steed, but it certainly looks to be better suited for the hills and mountains than for the tourney fields. And she outmasses Lord Beric Dondarrion herself. She is broader shouldered and wider in the chest and hips and stuff. She's wearing kind of looks like patched together mail that could be called up to a breastplate-ish, but with like the leather sleeves that Northmen often wear and like the crisscrossed leather straps. She looks a lot more like a, second or third child of a northern house, as opposed to Lord Beric Dondarrion, who is Lord Beric Dondarrion of the Stormlands. So there are titters and a few giggles and stuff across the crowd. Lord Beric looks to be taking it seriously, and so does his striking young squire on his end of the tourney field. Even from here, you can make out the pale hair and the faintly oversized sword of young Lord Edric Dane of Starfall, his renowned squire. You can't make out just who Alisane Mormont's squire is. You don't recognize that lad.
Sir Brandon, you figure it'd be wise to bet on the Stormlander here?
It's hard to say. Only a fool would underestimate the she-bears of Bear Island.
But Mormonts aren't exactly practiced at the joust.
I'll put my silver stags on the knight in armor.
So go ahead and off-screen, viewers, you don't get to watch, sorry. We have a Google Doc players are using to update their wagers, and we can keep track of the wins and losses after the fact. Illyrio Mopontis continues to just cheerfully take whatever bet you make. Whatever bet any of you makes, he agrees with as wise. He's like, oh, I should have thought of that. Like even if one of you bets on Alisane and the other on Beric, he's like, excellent points to like whatever. Like, he's just fucking having a good time watching a bunch of Westerosi people bash each other with sticks and stuff. So he looks like he's just having fun either way. So he will cheerfully agree with whatever bets you make, cheerfully accept whatever bets you make. But it does not take long before both of the eager horsemen go charging towards each other. Lord Beric Dondarrion on a noble mount that is no doubt not coincidentally the color of angry storm clouds, versus Alisane Mormont, who takes up kind of a rolling gait on a shaggy mountain pony. She has trouble couching her lance, or it looks like she doesn't try to. Her stance is much more that of someone, say, hunting a boar, and that she's kind of trying to ready the lance to give a good stab, and she keeps trying to reach over to like brace the lance with her offhand, so her shield gets a little offline. Beric Dondarrion's flawless jousting stance leads the tourney lance to connect. It shatters with a roar matched only by the roars of the crowd. Alisane Mormont tumbles from the saddle without much chance of standing firm. She lands very awkwardly on her left shoulder, but she rolls like a boulder or a bear cub and springs to her feet, already tugging the mace from her belt and reaching up kind of with the hilt of the mace and like her thumb, hauling her helmet off and grinning at him, without seemingly noticing that her left arm is hanging uselessly by her side. She's already on her feet and like roar, charging at him. He has to go riding a wide circle around her to get back to his squire and hurry off of his horse, like, the fuck is this bitch doing? Ah! Because she did not stop to, like, salute and prepare and blah, blah, blah. She's, like, trying to chase him on fucking horseback. Like, so it's not super dignified. And for a moment, he has to kind of scramble off of his horse. But young Edric Dane hands over a sword. And in the ensuing brawl, eventually, Beric Dondarrion's 2 hands beat out against Alisain Mormont's 1. But there's no doubting the ferocity on display.
I love Mormons.
And by the end of the brawl, she's got her left arm kind of up, and she's just like using her left arm to like grab those kind of crossed leather straps that Northmen often wear. So she's keeping her injured arm out of the way that way. So she's mindful of her injury, but she's not letting it stop her from fighting one of the most preeminent marcher lords of the Dornish marches. House Dondarrion is one of the most militant houses in Westeros, and he is its lord, and she rocks him back on his heels more than he rocks her back on hers. But eventually Dondarrion wins out. The crowd is roaring both names, especially at the end when she kind of glares and browbeats him into helping her relocate her shoulder. It's just like, come on, you're the one that fucking did it. And he has to hand his sword back over to his squire, and he kind of grabs her wrist and gives a good yank. And then she gives him a hug, which highlights the size difference, and waves cheerfully to the crowd as she trots back over to her end of the jousting. Hearts have been won over. She was soundly trounced, but the real prize was the friends that we made along.
My Dornish heart was on the Bear of the North, but my silver was on the Lightning Lord. So.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was at.
Uh-huh.
Like, I very nearly bet each way on them, but yeah.
But consider that both of them walk away with a great deal of honor.
Exactly.
Speaking of Dornish hearts, next up you see Sir Archibald Ironwood preparing himself at the end of the lane. His opponent is Sir John Redfoot.
Redfoot?
Redfoot.
Red Fort.
Fort.
Crimson Castle.
Huh.
House Redfoot is a Vale house. They have red castles on a white field. Valemen take their knighthood very seriously.
Fine. I'm not gonna bet on an Ironwood.
Yeah, same. I'm just a matter of principle.
For his part, Archibald Ironwood is a big guy. He is well over 6 feet tall. He's got a huge belly and barrel chest, no neck to speak of. It just goes from like huge shoulders right to a bald head. It's just like a bull. He is often known as the Big Man, is kind of his nickname. The odds are on him if it goes afoot. He also fights with a large warhammer, which is a fearsome weapon against opponents that are in plate and mail, as opposed to the traditional sword that most Westerosi nobles still like to use. It's a status symbol as much as anything else, but status counts in Westeros. So you get that impression from the two of them, which includes the impression you're getting from having some knowledge of knights and tourneys. These summaries that I'm giving are each of you knowing some little tidbit about all of them, whether it's from your time in King's Landing or just knowing stuff about tourneys. So it kind of looks like the smart money's on Iron. It's your call. You don't have to bet for him. You don't have to bet at all. Illyrio Mopatis is quite willing to. But update the document, get your wagers in, and we'll give it a couple of seconds. The crowd rises to an eager kind of blood-hungry roar as a pair of noblemen go crashing at one another from opposite ends of the field. Nothing on the first couple passes, shattered lances and rocking in the saddle. But after the third pass, the extra mass of Archibald Ironwood wins out. And he's just more stable in the saddle than his Redford opponent, who eventually rocks back very far, overcompensates to the front, and tumbles from the saddle while trying to prep for the fourth pass. So, how's Ironwood stands triumphant, I'm afraid.
That's a damn shame.
That's some bullshit right there.
Well fought.
It was. It was.
Coming up next is an even larger figure arriving on Archibald Ironwood's side of the tourney ground. And there's no mistaking the way the light catches this particular set of armor. It's a dull iron or dull steel armor that is crawling with bronze runes that glimmer and shine, even in some gathering storm clouds that are starting to roll in from the distance. That's Bronze Jan Royce, Lord of Runestone, in the famous ancestral armor of House Royce. They're perhaps the preeminent martial power of the Vale of Aryan. And he is a great big motherfucker. He looms over just about everyone you've ever seen him stand anywhere near. And atop a grossly oversized destrier that could have some draft horse in its blood. He cuts quite an intimidating figure, especially compared to Sir Aemon Estermont, who is not a knight of poor repute or anything, but he's also not a knight of great repute.
So the smart money's on the rune guy?
Yes. House Estermont, they're
legendary.
Yeah. The Estermonts are Stormlanders, so like all Stormlanders, they're a quarrelsome, martially oriented lot. But smart money is on the runes of Runestone instead of the turtles of Estermont. Not least of which just because it's Bronze Jan Royce himself. His sons are often described as half the fighting man their father is. And they, remember, have won both of their matches and are pretty cunning swordsmen and jousters on them. So smart money looks to be on Bronze Jan Royce in this one. So you get your bets in, and again, whichever way you bet, Illyrium Opatis cheerfully agrees. He's like, oh, but turtles have strong shells, and he'll just like cheerfully wager on Estermont's side if you go Bronze Jan, etc., etc. As always, he just seems to be enjoying himself either way. But yeah, it's gonna go smart money on Royce, and sure enough, on their very first pass, you would think Bronze Jan Royce wasn't even hit, except that Estermont's lance does shatter. But there's like no reaction from Royce in the saddle. It's like if Estermont had ridden near a brick wall and given it a poke with his lance. Wow. It just, his lance shatters. So he landed his blow, but then he veritably flies from the saddle compared to the mass on the charge and the stability in the saddle of Bronze Jan. And the crowd gets to cheering pretty loudly, despite this darkness that rolls in overhead as the storms start to chase one another. But the heralds announce the final tilt of the day. And you see your new friend, Sir Nathan Lugas. is preparing himself with the assistance of his squire down at the far end of the tourney lane, standing opposite Sir Reynard of House Ruttiger. Sir Reynard is the head of this landed knightly house. House Ruttiger has a simple orange line on a black field. They are Westerfolk. He certainly cuts a dashing figure in his plate harness. He's got shining red golden hair that Andal blood in the Westerlands often looks like. But you also know Sir Nathan Lugas and the reputation of those particular Stormlanders. And Sir Nathan is a big, burly guy that has done very little but brag about his potential in the joust, etc.
How drunk does he look?
He's got his helmet on, so it's hard to say.
Dang it.
Yes, the Royce House Royce won that last joust. Yes, this is the next one and final.
Okay.
So, you see your friend Nathan Lugan by his squire, who's a skinny lad with brown hair. You haven't really met him yet. Nathan has bragged a few times back at the Green Tree about how sleeping on the tourney grounds is for squires. So he hasn't really mentioned the squire by name. He doesn't seem the type to do so. But he's assisted by his squire, and Sir Nathan looks fairly confident. So you get your bets in. It takes them
You're my boy, Blue.
4 passes, but eventually Sir Nathan is able to pummel his opponent from the saddle. Lance after lance shatters against the orange stripe of House Ruttiger, and Sir Nathan, who I believe is actually slated to assist you all in the melee in a few days, certainly emerges looking every inch the formidable Stormlander.
Well, there's
Yay,
a lot of
Nathan.
inches of him to look, so.
Illyrio Mopatis turns to the lot of you with a big grin on his face after that last one. He just seems to have enjoyed every joust as much of the last. And he says, well, this was certainly a full day. I can have my people speak with your people at your pavilion this evening, or we can keep a running tab and see to it that we enjoy one another's company all through tomorrow's tilts as well.
I like the second option.
Yes, I would like that very much, certainly.
I'm given to understand, young Lord Adam, that you and your ward here, and he gives Vannon a nod, may be partaking in the archery contests tomorrow.
Yes, we will. Exciting.
Well then, I'm sure I'll see the rest of you Nymerians there in the... perhaps we will also enjoy a few drinks over the Squire's joust tomorrow.
Oh, we definitely will.
And he beams at you with this white-toothed grin through his slick and styled beard. Just sounds tickled pink at the prospect of hanging out with you guys tomorrow, tossing away coin hand over fist. And with one last look at the rain clouds approaching, he dances off through the crowd. It does look like rain is gonna hit pretty hard. So it might be wise to either retire to the Green Tree or the Pavilion.
Let's retire to the pavilion so that we may continue our discussion and possibly make at least one decision.
Very well.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a frantic sort of activity all through the tourney grounds because a lot of people have made the perception roll to see some nasty rain rolling in. So everyone is kind of scurrying hither and yon, including you. You notice a bit more frantic hurrying from most of the squires, kind of trying to hurry up their knights so that the armor doesn't get caught in the rain, because the squires are the ones who got it. But sure enough, you are able to all make it back to the pavilion grounds, and you see Oris there working on the tents. He has opened up the sides, like the kind of insides of the two tents, and has them up to make like a fly that goes all the way across. So for the moment, you have kind of a mega tent going on, and his own armor is safely off in his little kind of side chamber he's been using in the pavilion. But he is like waving the lot of you in, and your armors that most of you changed out of, the heavy, are all arrayed on like the kind of T cross-shaped dummies that you use in the field. And he's made sure that they're all kind of tucked in towards the middle of the tent, so even if the wind blows, rain won't hit them and all that. But he's still kind of reflexively like, ooh, hurry! And kind of waving the lot of in like everybody does when there's a storm.
Well, step inside our palatial tent and look around. Excellent work, Oris.
He gives a little nod off the. I've got some wine mullen, not your good stuff, this cheapest thing I bought. But if you did get cold, I thought you might like it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm thinking of tomorrow, Oris. Have you, who do you wish to stand in as your squire for the joust tomorrow?
I don't think that's up to me.
Who would
And
you
he kind of
like to
looks
ask?
he kind of looks at the lot of, and gives a huge shouldered shrug. Whoever wants to do it.
It's not inappropriate for one of us to do it, is it?
It's out of character. It's expected for one of you to do it. That's kind of the tradition in the squire's joust, is that serving as squire is whoever their knight is.
I'll do it.
So it's kind of a reversal of fortune type of thing, that basically the corner man in the squire's joust is the knight. It also serves as a reminder that all knights are sworn to serve, blah, 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 type thing, you know. But yeah, traditionally it's whatever knight the squire is himself serving. But in this case, Oris is just kind of loosely serving the lot of you. So that's why he was just looking around at whoever, you know, he's just here. He was told to help the lot of you. So, yeah.
It would.
Raina, I mean, as the head of the house, I mean, it might be most appropriate for you.
She's not a knight.
I'm not a knight. So,
Forgive me, but
While it would be my honor, Oris, I will defer to my Lord Luke.
I would do it.
all right then, squire.
I'm
What
instantly
time,
regretting this.
I can see already that he hates it.
That wine, Oris, can I have some?
Yeah, Oris just kind of gestures airily towards it. He goes, oh, it's enough for everybody.
Thank you. Very much.
It sounded like you had a question about scheduling, Felicia?
I know that the squire's joust tended to start earlier than the regular joust.
Yes, nominally, because not every knight wants to wake up early. So they're like, fuck it, we make the squires do the 8 o'clock classes, right? Kind of like freshmen signing up for the 8 o'clocks at a university. So the squires tend to be earlier in the day. the plan is there's going to be kind of some overlap, but it's squires jousting on both of the tourney fields, or the jousting fields. So the squires, because there's the most squires on day one, same as the real tourney. So it's kind of squires joust start. Sometimes after the squires joust is going, the archery contest starts. And then after the squires are done jousting, the second day of the joust will commence on those fields. So out of character, what we're doing is not fucking worrying about it. Like, no one's gonna have to miss an event to make it to another event. We're gonna be a little bit weeble wobbly with time, just so that PCs can be at everything they want to be at. We're not scheduling this out to work real time and keep you guys from watching one another compete and that sort of thing. But nominally, that's the thing.
Anyway.
Yeah, but nominally, that's the idea is Squires Joust starts first. Archery contest is around midday, so that the sun isn't in anybody's eyes, etc., etc., etc. So when high sun is archery contest, and then the second rounds of the adult joust are commencing when the squires are done with the jousting same. So that's the kind of wibbly wobbly explanation. But again, we're not gonna. Nobody has to make a ride to trample small folk and hurry on their way from one event to the next, or whatever. We're not gonna punish people for the house being active in multiple events.
All right, then. That sounds wonderful.
Oris shuffles from foot to foot in a rather un-Orisian fashion. And then he does a very bad job at sounding nonchalant because you just know he can't lie worth a damn. He goes, I heard Bronze Jan Royce had yet to tilt today. Did you see him?
We did.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Win or lose?
Win.
Are you alright, Horace?
He nods, kind of semi-satisfied, maybe disappointed, maybe satisfied. It's hard to tell. He just goes, I'm fine. Just supposed to be good in a fight, I hear.
Well, tourneys are the place to come to find people who are pretty good in a fight.
True.
It's a very particular name for you to pick out, Horace.
Everyone's heard of the prowess of the Royces of Runestone. Which is true, like everyone has. And the other Royces that you all watched yesterday did acquit themselves quite well, including Robar Royce, his second son, that you remember caught several Morningstar spikes through his armor, or shield and armor on his left arm, and continued fighting and won. So the Royces are pretty renowned first men stock from the Vale that have gotten a reputation for mingling the tenacity and ferocity of the blood of the first men with the knightly virtues of the Andals. So they're pretty renowned martial house. It's not uncommon for squires to want to watch them fight.
Horace, he actually made me quite a bit of coin. I bet on him because of his size. He was large. Kind of reminds me of you.
Well, there's plenty of tall folk at a tourney. Like Lord Adam said, tourneys are where you come to see folk good at fighting.
That should help you in the Squires Joust tomorrow. I'm sure that's all there is of it.
Outstrap all of them.
I'm sure whatever secrets Horus wishes to keep are his alone to keep, and he'll share when he's good and ready.
Oh, there
Meantime,
are secrets.
I look over at Horus with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, how about we talk about how best to help him win?
I already have thought of a few things, but it will depend on his opponent.
His mood immediately shifts, and he just gives you like the sunniest smile you have seen from him, and he just goes like nobody poisoned me or anything tonight, and I'll be fine. Just absolute confidence. For he's like, whatever.
Unless we're up against the unusual, right aggressively. If it goes to the ground, you can probably beat him anyways.
He just nods in agreement of, yes, I could probably beat them. But yeah, he looks absolutely confident when talking about fighting in a way that you have not seen from him prior to this.
Did they post the lists for the Squires Joust, or are they determining it in the morning?
I haven't seen a list. I don't think they'd answer my questions back at the desks and such, so I haven't really looked into it.
Maybe if you threaten a table.
Out of character, most people do send their squires to kind of find out. You guys do know that the master of the list is from House Florent, a Crown Lancer house sworn to the Baratheons of Dragons.
All right, well, I'm actually rather confident that you can take anyone that you happen to be put up against.
He just nods confidently again. There's no sheepish, oh shucks, milady, type of stuff. He's just like, yeah, no, that's right, you're correct. Like, he's just, there's no guile in him about it. He's just like, no.
Have you jousted before, Horus?
Oh, only against Sir Willem.
How often do you win?
I've beat him twice now.
That's a start.
Out of...
It is.
You know, the last folk to beat him was that Ponzi Knight of Flowers git.
Okay.
Well, if you're in that particular level of competition, I feel like you will... I do not want to jinx you, but but I am not worried.
Horus downs his own thing of mulled wine and lets out a confident belch. He goes, I mean, I suppose if they screwed up and sent the Kingslayer me way instead. It is almost disarming for him to be this confident instead of sheepish or like gawking at the open teats on display at the dinner feast and yada yada. But yeah, it's a definite like 180 in his attitude when discussing this. It is noteworthy.
He seems very sanguine.
I like it.
Or it could just be that it's the one thing in the world he knows he's good at.
Yeah.
Because it could be the one thing in the world anyone has ever told him he's good at.
More likely.
I mean, we've been broadly encouraging towards him.
You don't have to feel guilty for how he was raised, Ash. That's not on you. That's on Sir Willem.
I think we've been plenty supportive of him since we have incorporated him into our little circle. But, all right, so what do we think about having maybe Sir Luke and Sir Vannon approach Maester Pharaoh? Was that the gentleman's name?
Sorry, what maester are we talking about?
The Danet Maester.
Yeah,
Mr.
it was
Ferris.
Maester Ferris.
I don't think it would take both of us to kill him.
I don't want him dead.
Killing anyone?
Ajay. Everyone's so serious.
Make sure you leave a shield behind with our crest on it. That way they know.
Yeah.
Because that'll
My
bring it.
armor. I was going to take my armor off and leave it there.
Yes, they say that's our style.
Sloppy, you know.
They don't have anyone left to challenge us to a duel again, so...
They do not.
Huh. Can you challenge us again, though?
Yes, definitely can.
It seemed weird.
On some other
Definitely
pretext.
challenge someone for a different crime.
Sorry for the
Didn't
distraction.
look
Sister.
well
What is it?
before it.
What was the question, Robert? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was just asking, apologizing for the derailment. What was the question, sister? Oh, sorry, what was your suggestion?
That Adam did not look well before the duel. I mean, he looked worse after, but before the duel even, he was looking rather peaky.
I see.
Oh, he could
He
have
hasn't
just been,
sleeping well.
Anxious or maybe even a little scared. I mean, we're not exactly unintimidating.
Yeah, it did look like, I don't know, like maybe he had dug a hole that he was. It turned out to be deeper than he had anticipated.
I mean, he had been drinking the previous night, so that might have been a factor.
Sure.
I mean, he was certainly drinking enough to not be able to hold his tongue.
Does anybody recall what chains were on that maester's necklace? What links were on his chains?
Oh, can I search my memory for
That's
that?
totally you.
Yeah, a couple of you both have pretty good memory skills and or have made a point of hanging out with the maester back home at Wyvern's Rest. That said, this is kind of a difficult thing to remember the next day, etc., etc.
With all that's been happening.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get memory rolls from... Let's go for Adam and Sir Vanin, because you are the two that would be most likely to have paid attention.
What is a memory roll as I look at my character sheet?
Knowledge.
It's
Knowledge.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, well, actually, for this, I'm going to allow cunning or knowledge, and then the memory specialty will apply. Let's go cunning or knowledge, whichever you have better.
Cool.
I love the sound of rolling dice.
17.
That's 18 for me.
Okay. You certainly remember the kind of standard for a maester black iron, which is ravenry. They basically all have that. Along with the dull copper of history, which again is rather mandatory for anyone that would call himself a maester. The yellow gold of economics, and the iron, not black iron, of warcraft. You do recall the silver of medicine and healing, which is another, in order to get a post as a maester, you basically need to have that. And the bronze of astronomy. You don't recall for sure if you saw the kind of pale steel that they use for like smithing and metallurgy. He didn't really look, even for a maester, he wasn't particularly broad in the shoulders or anything, but it is nominally the knowledge of. You didn't spot the Valyrian steel of magic. Those are vanishingly rare in modern use.
Right, so, I mean, he, apart from, bravery, everyone has that. He had his history, economics, warcraft, medicine, and astronomy links. those are all the ones I can remember. I can't remember. It might have had another one. I can't remember though.
Does the study of medicine include poisons, or is that a separate craft?
So I mean, it would, it would have at least a passable knowledge of common toxins and how they affect the body.
Oftentimes, one helps the other.
Okay, just a thought we should keep in mind.
Well, some poisons are medicine in the right dosage, and vice versa. And of course, their treatment.
Very well.
Exactly.
And to
So-
harken back to your question, Luke, of why both of you, because we determined that we're not going to go anywhere alone anymore.
Oh, very well.
At least I seem to remember
Yeah.
that being discussed.
It
Well,
seems
if
like a good
nothing
idea.
else, I am off to my cot, my cold cot.
I can't tell if that's sarcastic or not.
Yeah, is that a euphemism?
I think that's forlorn over a lack of horrors.
Very
Oh,
forlorn.
That.
No, all right, okay. I wasn't sure if it was that or if it was a sort of I'm totally not going to go and find someone to warm it up. Honest, Gov.
I told this
It
scary
could
old
be the
lady
way.
I would stop, so,
He's a lord. That's honest.gov.
It is by this point pouring down rain outside. A glance through the open front of the pavilion tent, you don't see hardly anybody walking around. It's getting actual dark soon, not just storm cloud dark. So it looks like day one of the tourney is more or less wrapping up. Not many people are likely to be trudging around in this rain, especially after dark. So on the topic of healing and poisons and stuff, we're going to go ahead and also let you guys make some kind of early rolls. But assuming that most of you are going to bed soon-ish, because I didn't get the impression you were going to go try to talk to Maester Ferris or any other member of House Danet tonight. We're going to go ahead and let you guys go ahead and make your endurance rolls to heal up. I will say that this is kind of happening as you awaken tomorrow morning. Normally, healing takes a little bit longer than this, but we're accelerating the healing just because there are these tourney level injuries and wounds that we've been discussing, because I don't want anybody to get just like knocked out of gameplay for like 3 months real time. So, if you took any injuries or wounds yesterday, snag your endurance dice and give them a roll for me. For purposes of this, we're not going to count finishing, fights, yada, yada, yada. You're going to just count as light or no activity because you're largely kind of being pampered in a tourney area. So I know we had a wound on Sir Vannin. Bela, you got beat up pretty good, didn't you?
Yeah, I took 2 injuries.
Okay.
But I didn't mark down a wound anywhere.
Right.
So
The difficulty
not awful.
for an injury, 6. The difficulty for the wound is a 9.
All right, you said 6 for an injury?
Yep.
Okay.
So each degree of success removes 1. So you're ideally looking for an 11 on this endurance roll, Bela, to get yourself cleaned up all the way. You only had the 1, as I recall, Kevin, so I think you'll just need a 9. Period.
Oh, so my 25 is overkill.
Yes.
Blood of the first men!
Do I take a penalty to this roll from having injuries or wounds?
No,
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
that's silly.
Well, but
Well, it does happen sometimes, and that's one of the benefits of somebody with medicine rolling for you, is that they don't have that penalty.
Okay.
But for our purposes, for doing tourney level injury type of stuff, Again, we're going a little bit more cinematic with it.
And all the damage that we had is gone away as well. Right?
Yes, health points heal at the end of a fight.
Okay.
As soon as the fight is over, you get your health back. Yeah.
I thought that was the case, but just to be absolutely clear, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just for future reference, do we have access to either, like, I know the house doesn't have like a maester, but like, do we have, like, as a kind of broader thing, as we are here, access to a maester or access to things like milk?
Yes, there is a maester's tent where injuries are tended to. Not every knight at a tourney is from a house that has a maester. So yeah, there are maesters and some trainee maesters available just on the tourney grounds. One of the nearest tents to the open area that hosts the jousts and the melee keeps some maesters handy.
Okay.
So yeah, if anybody gets hurt real bad, there are maesters available. Even or especially if you're from a house that hasn't.
That being said, use your cunning. Somebody is out to get us.
I was gonna make a comment about paranoia, but I can't because you're so right.
All
There was
right.
many-
I mean, I don't even have the naive drawback, and I'm kind of going, I mean, do we really, or is it just general anti-Dornish, anti-loyalist sentiment?
I'm thinking more along the lines of the shield that was planted.
Oh, that, yeah. I mean, that's definitely.
That's pretty specifically us.
Yeah, that's definitely specifically us.
So we will go ahead and say that it is the next morning. Everyone was able to rest up. Nobody died in their sleep. The assassins failed. Your passive awareness is high enough. Nothing untoward happened.
So we go to the market,
nothing.
buy a guinea pig, we make it eat a bit of our food.
Oh my gosh.
Where do you get a guinea pig in King's Landing?
Yeah, at least get a rhesus monkey.
Maybe
I gotta ask Luke.
I mean, they're all over.
I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Down at the Guinea
Yeah,
Farms, duh.
You know.
I mean, I
same
don't
place-
recall reading in the books that they don't have guinea pigs in the Crown Lands.
So, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just cracking more wise, please.
You do awaken in the morning to the smell of cooking oats. Oris is up early and has a pot of essentially oatmeal going. It's got some barley and stuff mixed in too. It's not just oats, but it's assorted grains being cooked in liquid. And it smells like he's upended a whole jar of honey into it because it's also pretty sweet. So he's got that going. And he kind of has a look on his face like kid on Christmas. You know, they tend to wake their parents up at like 4 a.m. You're like, it is technically morning. It's the best time of morning because technically it is morning. So he's like dressed in his his armored, not the full armor, but he's got on like his padded gambeson and the appropriate breeches and boots and stuff, and like the some bits and bobs of his full plate harness he has on, like the ones that you can get on yourself. He has on while like stirring the pot of oatmeal.
Shall I get the horse for you too, Oris?
Wait, morning starts before 12?
This is adorable.
I just thought I'd be ready since I'm still squiring for the whole lot of you. I wanted to get myself ready to go so that would be out of the way and all of us would be prepared for the day's honorable and glorious combats.
It's refreshing to see you so excited, Oris.
It's kind of the first bloody thing I've had to be excited about since we met.
Let's get you dressed. Come on.
Luke, maybe you can show him around after all this is done. Give him a second reason to be excited.
Yeah, I thought we'd had a nice time on our little bonding shopping trip.
We will also go on a shopping trip.
There you go. You know what I meant. You know what I meant.
He looks momentarily crestfallen at Adam because he has accidentally kicked a puppy. He goes, no, I mean, that was nice. It's just not. It's not the sort of thing that I do, and
It's all right. You don't need to explain. It's all right. I understand.
Adam looked forward to that enough for everybody. He had a very good time shopping and dressing you, and he would probably enjoy dressing all of us, and we would probably benefit from it.
It's a hard life being the most stylish Nigerian.
Before Luke takes him off to finish putting Oris's armor on, he does kind of gesture at the lot of you with the ladle from the oats. He goes, "You lot eat up. You've got to fight this afternoon too."
Yes, sir.
Of course.
Never fight on an empty belly if you can help it. That's what Sir Willem says. Or
Don't
drink
fu-
on an empty belly. Or fuck on an empty belly. Or ride on an empty belly.
I mean,
But, yeah, anyway.
I think
Oris,
this is a theme.
Oris, have you ever noticed his belly?
Hard not to.
Well, there you go.
there's truth to it.
Medium bellies, all around, yes?
So, the day is dawning lovely. It's already dawning. Didn't really get you up that early. But the skies are clear. The grass is still a little damp because it did rain pretty heavily last night. But things look quite nice this morning, and the tourney grounds are abuzz with activity. Lots of squires rolling those barrels full of sand, most of them muttering while they did it. That rascal stupid knight couldn't get it out of the fucking ring. But lots of people tending to armor and weapons. A few people kind of leading horses up and down the open lanes, kind of warming their horses up. A few squires kind of tottering ill-balancedly atop probably a borrowed warhorse, looking a little nervous and pale. So there's definitely an electrical charge in the day-to-day. You also see a lot of small folk walking around kind of armed, because you see a lot of folk in kind of grays and browns and greens of hunters and the scouts and guides of noble lords. A lot of the retainers of noble lords are actually going to be able to compete today in the archery contest. So there's a few more small folk than normal openly carrying bows and arrows today. Most of them are in the colors of a noble house. They've got a tabard or at least a kind of an armband type of thing to show that they're a retainer of someone. But the archery contest is open to small folk. Here in King's Landing, you don't get a lot of huntsmen coming in from the countryside to compete. Depending on where the tourney is, lots of other nights will just have regular old small folk show up at a tourney. More than a few of them probably poachers as well. So they'll risk getting in some trouble by showing off how well they shoot. But here it's going to tend to be, lowborn retainers of noble houses, but it's still lowborn with bows. So it's a little bit jarring to see this many of them kind of openly carrying around the equivalent of sniper rifle and stuff. But it is a busy day here in the camp.
Adam,
Yeah.
I know that you think of others very often and that you have a rather open heart. I would ask,
Yes. Yes, sister.
I just would ask that you do not go easy on your other competitors in the archery contest because they may be small folk.
No, don't worry about it. I'm going to crush them.
Excellent.
Yes.
Let's do sports.
I'm gonna take
Not
some.
doing anyone any harm by beating them.
I'm gonna put some wine in
Just-
my oats and such, and beam up at Adam and say, "That's right, go get him, take him down, and come home with that prize money."
Just
This
how
is the
good with a bow are you, brother?
Oh, I'm very good.
I walk up with my bow. So Lord Adam,
Yes,
kick my ass.
I'll do everything I can.
Yeah, good luck as well, Sir Vannon.
Make me work for it.
Oh, I intend to.
Today I have something to be very excited about.
Yes, what I haven't told Lord Adam is that I have money riding on him.
All right then.
So, you are able to, kind of take your time and prepare. Everyone's got time to eat. You are all helped into whatever level of armor you want to wear around in the morning. So even like for Sir Vannon, remember, nothing wrong with wearing your gambeson and like the chainmail, so that only the actual plate needs to go on later. That sort of thing. This is a martial event, and you're all highborn, so you don't have to wear, regular unarmored clothes all day. But you're all able to get as dressed up as you like, and then you get a visitor to your camp. The lean and dangerous Lord Will of Will arrives.
Their hot cousin.
All right.
What do
and-
you call him?
He's our hot cousin.
Mr. Hot Cousin.
Well, cousin.
He actually
Game of
arrives.
Thrones, everybody.
He arrives with a bundle under his arm. It looks to be a kind of swaddled cloth that shines with black silk, and has a small note attached. And he just comes sauntering into the campsite. There's no polite hello from the edges and asking permission. He just walks in and strolls up to the oats, and he's like, "Morning, all, cousin."
Hey, morning.
He holds this small bundle out towards Bela rather carelessly, while reaching for the ladle.
Oh, what do you have there? What is this?
I made it back to the green tree before it rained last night.
Oh, good on you.
Lyle Brewer said this was left for you.
For me.
Oats, thick with honey, but oh well. And he commences to scooping himself up some breakfast.
I will
so you
grab
have
the.
Yes, help
swab.
yourself.
He breezily ignores Adam's sarcasm. But yeah, it's a small bundle, maybe about a foot long. Actually, we're gonna go with the foot long joke. It's about the size of a foot long from Subway, counting all the swaddling and wrapping. So it's about a foot long and
Other
about
sandwiches are
that
available.
that big around. But there's a note on the front that, in a very fine hand, you recognize it as highborn, formal lady training level of fancy kind of cursive-y stuff. It says Lady Bela Nymeria with a fancy flourish.
Huh.
And it folds open once, and on the inside it says, "Stab the bastards for those of us that cannot." And it is signed "The Ladies" in a very fancy, flourishy kind of hand again. And unraveling the wrapped, swaddled black silk, you find a blade inside.
Ooh, what kind of a blade?
A very fine blade. It is not Valyrian steel, but it is castle forged.
Ooh,
And the
nice.
hilt is dragon bone. So it
Wow.
is an exotic material. It may or may not actually be the bones of dragon. That's the name of the material. But yeah, it's a very good-looking knife. If you want, go ahead and give me an awareness roll.
Sure, I'd love to. I'm assuming
I'll
empathy
say-
does not come into play here,
No.
as
Uh,
that is my specialty.
I'm just picturing her eyes as little hearts.
I have an
if
18 awareness.
If you have any small blade specialty, you can add that.
Oh,
I don't think you did.
No, I own a few small blades, but I do not have a specialty for them.
It is a fighting knife. It's double-edged. It looks and feels balanced for throwing, as well as stabbing. And with an 18, with that level, you're actually able to notice that the balance is a little weird. There's a little metal weight at the end, almost like a scent stopper pommel on a proper broadsword, which is so called because it's kind of the shape of a scent stopper plug on a perfume bottle. And you're like, they keep it balanced. But then you actually notice that scent stopper wobbles a little bit. And you're actually able to unscrew it, and there's a glass vial hidden in the hilt of this knife.
Interesting. So, I'll try to remove the glass vial to see what it is, suspecting that it could be dangerous based on the fact that it's inside of a weapon.
It does take some work to get it out of there. It's in there quite securely. But yes, it is a glass vial with a small little pinprick size hole in the bottom of it that looks as though it feeds into the knife. This could be an assassin's weapon. There's nothing in the vial right now. It's clear glass. You're able to absolutely make sure of that. There's no scent to it or anything like that. But with the level of that 18 on awareness, you're getting all the info on this Mama Jama. But yeah, this is a dagger. It's castle forged, so it's got a +1 to hit. Other than that, it's the dagger rules, not the knife. I describe it as a knife because knife and dagger and all that are kind of interchangeable terms in real life. But yeah, dagger stats. But also, it looks like with a little bit of work, this could be used to also poison somebody that you were stabbing.
Tears of lice. Tears of
Okay,
lice.
great. I'm gonna have to look into.
Yeah, and you got it's up to you if you're peering over her shoulder as she's opening it. But this is kind of mid-morning. Well, I guess mid-morning makes it sound later. This is mid-early morning preparation for the day. So you're all, still there at the pavilion tents. So you can notice this or not. It is up to you.
Yeah, so I'm not hiding this, but I'm not saying, "Ooh, look at what this is," to everyone.
Adam is a nosy bastard, so he'll definitely be trying to look at it.
Who is this from?
This says
Will gives
ladies.
a careless shrug. Brewer said it was left for it.
So, I just want to be clear. An assassin's blade has been left for you to have. I'm just curious if this blade has been used on someone and now you possess it.
Yikes.
Well, that's a thought.
That's an
Well, it's
awful
just
thought. Should we get rid of it?
It's a very nice night.
Let's not be hasty. I mean, maybe it's just a nice gift from the ladies, was it you said?
Yeah. It
Yes.
seems that there are some women who would like to not be so subservient, and they appreciate
Well,
the Dornish way of doing things.
Well, and also there's no specification as to who you need to, who they would like you to stick with it. It's perhaps just a gesture of approval from one strong woman to another.
Who are you up against in the list next?
I do not know.
Oh my goodness.
I am not planning on using this in the tournament to kill someone, if that's what you're suggesting.
It doesn't matter what I'm suggesting.
Alright, well maybe I should find out who my next opponent is. But I really don't think I'm going to just up and murder someone on the tourney grounds.
Well, I
Of course not.
going to.
Especially with a knife, I'm using my spear and fighting, and then gets to the ground, I just take out this knife, and that's. It might be hard to deny what's happening. Right?
You killed her children.
I would maybe just say if you're going to carry it on you at all, I would probably say do it subtly.
Well, yeah. Well, I reach behind me and I pull out a knife that I have on me now. You mean like this?
No, I mean more like stick it in your boot or something.
Will perks up for a moment. He goes, speaking of murdering people and doing... Kennedy Shadeen, he didn't come by last night to pay his ransom, did he?
I have not seen him yet, no.
Excellent. I was afraid I would miss him.
I'm glad you're here for this.
Out of character, the tradition is sometime within 24-ish hours of losing, somebody delivers the ransom. In the case of a hedge knight, it's probably going to be him.
Okay.
But yeah, again, out of character, act as though you have received all your ransoms, bet with wild abandon. Some of those scenes are going to be role-played out later, but you are nobles, they are nobles, debts are a very real thing. Act as though you received the payment that I noted in the Facebook group. You don't have to wait till you have coin in hand to be able to wager as though you had that coin in hand.
Did we go over
But
how...
yeah, nobody came by.
Did we go over how much each of us was supposed to have received?
I posted it in the Facebook group,
Oh,
yes.
okay. I was...
Go take a peek if you need to. I don't want to look it up because I've got
It's
800
fine.
tabs
Yeah,
already
don't worry.
open.
We can keep
but
going.
go take a peek if you want to then see how much to gamble. Yeah, it was in the homework assignment post.
My
I'll look
bad.
it up. I have a second.
So, and you did all get different amounts because different knights have different stuff. So I am keeping track of it and letting you guys know. But yeah, I don't want to take a look right this. In terms of looking up who you are after, on your way towards the Squires' joust, you could all swing by the Master of Lists and find out if you want to go take a look.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yes, please.
You okay?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to cough off mic instead of right in everybody's ear.
You failed.
Sir Aaron Florent, the second son of the Lord of House Florent, is the Master of Lists. Sir Imry Florent, his eldest son, is taking part in the tourney. So he probably was offered the honor of the position and was like, fuck you, I want to hit people with sticks. And as heir, he was able to delegate. But Sir Aaron Florent and a bevy of squires are there. They give Oris a dirty look, but they are able and willing to answer the rest of you in terms of who you are up against next. The Lady Bela Nymerian will be facing Sir Godry Faring in the next match. Godry Faring beat Sir Bruce Buckler and is your opponent.
Okay.
Lucaris Nymerian is up against Sir Andar Royce, firstborn son of Bronze Yon Royce of Runestone and heir. He beat Sir Edmund Ambrose in his first tilt.
Very cool.
And up against Sir Vannon Rivers is the man who defeated Lord Renfred Riker in the first pass of the joust, Sir Osmond Kettleblack.
Oh dear.
Kettleblack!
God dang cow blacks.
You know, I was thinking that last one was a close call. Maybe I should just, if I lose, it's cool. But now...
Now you really
No.
want to
You got
win.
this. You can beat this
Rush
jerk.
him.
Hey folks, Stream Boss. So,
Yes. Remember that the jousts are nominally going to get a little more difficult every time. There was an air of randomness to an utter air of randomness to the first round, but in second and subsequent rounds, you're only fighting winners. So they are going to get a little bit tougher. So viewers, keep that stream boss in mind. For his part, because he's ambling along with you, and he's also there, so he's idly curious. The Will of Will is up against another Dornishman. Sir Cletus Ironwood will be his opponent, the second son of House Ironwood. He looks because the Wills and the Ironwoods of nature even longer than the Nymerians and the Ironwoods. So he looks pleased as a cat with a bowl of cream. And it's a similarly predatory smile when he hears that. Sorry about any breakup or crunch on my end. I'm getting a little bit of audio crunch from the lot of you as well. I think we're just having some crappy connections. So sorry about that. But everybody got their opponents? Everybody that asked?
adieu.
Anyone else you want to check on? The lists are nominally open knowledge.
Maybe separate from the list, but do we know anything about the person that I'm facing, right? There's the theory that someone might have wanted actual harm to come to my opponent. Do we know of this person?
Um,
Can I roll for
Yeah, we're gonna
status
go ahead.
breeding?
You guys already got some information on him yesterday. And again, this is tidbits of knowledge from kind of each of you. So some of it is his repute as a tourney knight. Some of it is the gossip around King's Landing. Sir Godry Faring is the one that I described last session as kind of Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. He's almost a parody of a lantern-jawed, broad-shouldered knight. And he almost acts like a parody of it. He's a tall man with this deep, booming voice. He is kind of the worst stereotypes of a technically chivalrous knight. He is not cruel and unknightly the way that the mountain that rides is. But he is very kind of condescending and boastful and proud. The destrier, or the courser, excuse me, that you saw him ride yesterday, was wearing silvered steel barding, and his armor, his plate and mail is very silvered and has fancy inlays. House Godry, House Faring, their thing is two mounted knights charging each other. It's a white knight on a purple field and a purple knight on a white field on a split shield, and he's got these dashing, colorful colors, and he's just, he's kind of, like I said, kind of like a Gaston, and that he's kind of the stereotype of like the swaggering, proud, arrogant knight. He is sworn directly to Stannis Baratheon of House Baratheon of Dragonstone, which is a position of some prominence. He's known to be kind of one of the knights of House Baratheon's inner circle in that way, so he's very proud of his status there. So he's known to be kind of an arrogant, condescending prick. It's certainly not impossible that there are ladies that might not like him. If you were to ask him, he would be like, no, there are ladies that like me quite a bit. Type of bullshit. Like, he's that flavor of dude bro. But yeah, it's certainly not impossible that there are
Women
ladies.
don't like me, Bela. They love me.
That's it right there.
Right.
Ladies don't stab me, I stab them. Right? Like that sort of dude. So yeah, it's not impossible that there is an assortment of women that hate the guy.
Yes.
But
That's
yeah,
plausible. Very plausible.
You haven't heard of a string of bastards left in his wake. His liege lord, Stannis Baratheon, is of course famously unfun. So he likely wouldn't encourage that sort of Robert-esque behavior. Sir Godry is a regular in King's Landing because Lord Stannis is here serving on the small council. And Luke hasn't hung out with him and gone a wenching or anything like that. So if there's a
We
string
run
of
in different wench circles.
yeah, so if there's a string of bastards and cross young women, he's at least kept it quiet, likely because of the proximity of Lord Stannis and his being famously unfun. But yeah, so yeah, the reputation that he has is more of personality than, a
Okay, that's fair.
pattern of behavior, I guess.
I'm not going to go with some sort of plan to secretly kill him and make it look like it was an accident. I'm still not going to do that.
I wish we had a healer, so for all we know, it's a poison that just, makes his dick limp or something.
And also, just to note, while they also let Lady Alysain Mormont ride, she's not nearly got the claim to knighthood that you do, and she didn't win. So if it was delivered last night, which is what Will said, you were the only woman that won in the tilt yesterday. So it could be a generic symbol of fucking solidarity. It could be something to do with opponents that you have faced or may face next. It's tough to say.
Well, I'll just take it for the good omen that I wish it to be, and will not think on it further.
And we need to watch, try and find examples of everyone's hand.
So you're not going to openly wear it as a side piece?
No, it's definitely going to be a hidden dagger on me.
Okay.
So I'll probably actually replace it with one of the two daggers that I usually carry. So, yeah.
Sure. Easily done. All right. Any other particular plans for the morning?
Nope.
Prep.
Right here.
Squire's chest?
Are we off to the Squires joust then?
Let's do it.
It's up to you all. Do you want to get there for the whole Squires joust day one, or you are able to check if you wanted to check? Oris is not slated to be up first or anything like that. Oris keeps his distance. He does not go check and ask himself. But as House Marion, okay. Do you ask who Oris is up against?
Yes.
I definitely do, yeah.
The squire currently at that end of the table casts a bit of a smug look past the lot of you to Oris, who he remembers from the other day. He goes, "Squire to the king his bloody self, a Lannister."
Oh, well, that won't be a problem.
His kind of sneer falters for a moment. But the King Robert Baratheon squires this lad.
Correct. But it's not the king that he has to fight. It's just the boy.
Chosen more for his haircut than martial prowess, I would assume.
And it's just a Lannister, a little one. The good one won't be there.
So wait, is he fighting Lancel?
The squire nods.
Pull out gold
Yeah.
dragons. Make it rain.
And then again, he could be the next Kingslayer. It's hard to say. I think it's a joke.
Oh,
Also, this might be Book Lancel, who, for all I know, is amazing.
No.
It is more Book Lancel than Show Lancel, but he's functionally the same character. The biggest difference between Book and Show is that there are actually two Lannisters squiring for King Robert. In this, there's Tyrek and Lancel, but the two of them are largely interchangeable. And rather famously, the king does not often bother to tell them apart. They're both just kind of Link from Zelda-looking miniature Kingslayer motherfucker. That wear courtly fashions. The king, by all repute, you have noticed, in particular Lucaris being here, he tends to leave the squiring to the other knights around him. He's about as attentive a knight as he is a father. Oh, sick burn! But to the credit of the knights that squire for him, the other knights around him is, your master Aaron Santagar, Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep, and whatever members of the King's Guard are available. So, if they take their martial studies seriously, there's plenty of reason to respect the abilities of knights that have been squired by King Robert. But by repute, it tends to not be King Robert himself that teaches them that, because he's just not terribly interested in teaching that sort of thing. And he was never really the terror of the tilt himself. He's always been more of the melee guy. But, like I said, whatever secondhand training they get, it's knights of solid repute for the most part. But you guys have seen Lancel Lannister, and you've seen Oris. So the odds are pretty good. The bookmakers of King's Landing are likely going to wager on Lancel Lannister to back the king, the name of Lannister, and the Red Keep, wherein he has been trained. But, yeah.
All right, then.
So yeah, like, even for instance, this squire looks kind of mystified at your confidence, or rather, your lack of fear. Because remember, this little shit was, like, sneering while he announced it and stuff, and then he's left faltering, like a great many sneerers, when he doesn't get the response he wants. Like, that was his one card, and he played it, and you guys were like, okay. So yeah, but, like, they, it looks like, the folk of King's Landing have a different idea than you do about it.
it is too bad that I've already had my porridge, or I would drip his tears in them.
Is this a Northern tradition I'm unaware of?
No, I'm just excited to see how well Oris trounces.
It's always quite satisfying to see a Lannister lose in anything.
Well, I'm betting heavy.
Same.
So are we heading to the Squire's Joust lot then?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right then. Greeting you like a long-lost friend is Magister Illyrio Mopatis. Once again, he has dyed his hair a brighter shade of blue today. It looked almost Westerosi yesterday, and he may have gotten caught in the rain a little bit, but it's freshly colored. It's a nice light shade of blue that leaves absolutely no question about it not being a natural hair color. So that colorful Asosi fashion, his beard is freshly oiled and pulled into triple streams, triple forked, basically. But he greets the lot of you as though he hasn't seen you for hours and hours. And he's actually, because the Squire's Joust draws a much smaller crowd, he's actually arranged a little table for the lot of you. and there's chilled drinks already, and that sort of thing. So he gestures you over. You're able to have a seat and drink a bit before the squires and assembled knights and such are getting ready. So, just like our characters, we're going to have a seat, we're going to drink a bit, and we're going to socialize for about 10 minutes. We're going to be taking our mid-show break, and we will see everybody back in about 10 while we make adolescents fight each other for the pleasure of the crowd.
Dance children.
Go.
There he is.
And welcome back to Westeros, everybody. The party is enjoying kind of a light finger food, almost brunch, with the exorbitantly wealthy Magister Illyrio Mopatis, who has prepared for them a small table with chilled wine and some little like hand pies, very small ones. Think, I don't know, the size of fingers, let's say. Just small little crust with bits of gravy and stuff in the inside. They're savory finger foods.
I'm
but
thinking
they're
like
almost
savory
complete.
cannolis.
Yeah, about like that, about that size. They're tasty little munchies, and you were all enjoying a few idle moments prior to the kickoff of the Squires Joust. Nothing of particular import that he brings up. Lyribopatis is very good at saying a lot without bringing up much of importance. So he's just chats about the weather. He chats, oh, I hope everyone slept well last night. And, oh, I hope your breakfast was good. And looking forward to the Squires tilt. And, just as upbeat as he always seems to be, regardless of the topic of discussion or the bookkeeping of money that he is winning or losing with you lot.
Mostly losing.
I'm sure
Yeah,
he's
so
making
far-
up for it somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe from his countless personal businesses.
Yeah, and it's not unlikely that he has other gambling with other nobles elsewhere that might not have as level heads and knowledge of tourneys and knights as House Nymerian. But yeah, he certainly doesn't seem bothered by the money that is changing hands or anything like that.
He probably gets odds bonuses we don't.
Right?
He's also doing the more with actual odds. We're just keeping it.
Yep.
But that said, we are getting ready to kick off the Squires Joust. This has a smaller crowd, and despite the joke about them all being adolescents, most of the squires whose knights say they're ready for the Squires Joust tend to be either kind of naturals with their weapon or on the older end of squireship. So there's a few that we're going to point out that are actually 13-ish years old. Most of them are kind of the 16-year-old that's still on the varsity football team type of kid, right? The big ones that, remember, is highborn. They just get to eat better than smallfolk. And highborn often kind of breed for size and strength. And then they are good at their squire training in order for their knight to let them sign up for this, yada yada. So they're not.
It's Lord of the
pushovers.
Flies for the 1%. It's Battle Royale for Blue Bloods.
So the first pairing that presents itself at the start of the day is young Michael Redford against Sandor Frey. Michael Redfort is squire to Sir Lynn Corbray, the most lethal blade in the Vale of Arryn. And young Michael already has a reputation as a fine swordsman himself. He is the youngest son of Lord Horton Redfort. You've seen a couple other Redforts acquit themselves honorably here in the joust. Michael's a handsome-looking young man with straw blonde hair and pretty broad shoulders, good build, just kind of all-purpose, strapping 16, 17-year-old look. His opponent is young Sandor Frey, who looks to be a year or two younger, and he's squiring for Sir Donald Wainwood, who, as is the tradition, is leading Sandor's horse up in Birmingham. Donald Wainwood is an able, if unremarkable, knight of House Wainwood. Is the second son of Lady Wainwood. So it's Vale Knight on Vale Knight through the proxy of their squires. Frey is, of course, our river folk. The general impression you're getting is smart money's on young Michael Redford. His knight is certainly of much more dangerous repute, and Michael himself, again, has already made a name for himself as a sword.
Yeah, I'm betting
So-
on Frey.
Yeah,
Let's,
I'm betting on a Frey.
Get the document updated with bets, and let's see if the underdog can pull it out. And he cannot. On the first pass,
Damn.
Sandor Frey gets unhorsed, and he clambers to his feet in a hurry, and Michael Redford turns his mount and just kind of stares him down with his hand on the hilt of his sword. And Frey, looks like he's getting ready to draw, and then doesn't. He takes a knee and concedes the field. So for
Yes!
Frey, he showed
Redford.
some real fighting spirit, but the kind of second chance you get of fighting on foot, he's like, I don't think I want to do that against this young man that's been trained by Sir Lynn Corbray, fabled wielder of Lady Forlorn.
I'm going to make
so-
a comment to our group. I'm just going to kind of lead in and say, well, the Freys have a strategy.
The Freys that you have seen have not acquitted themselves especially well.
I mean, if that's what they do, they're succeeding.
To their credit, Magister Illyrio japes, at least they showed up on time for this fight. The late Lord Frey is the nickname for the Lord of the Twins, because he held off on taking part in Robert's Rebellion for a very long time.
Yeah, they have to
So
try
it's-
something different at some time.
Next up, on the end of the tourney ground, you see a Knight of the King's Guard sauntering towards the Squire's end. It is the Kingslayer himself, Jaime Lannister, leading a pale shadow of himself. His Kingsguard armor is a bit more gilded than the rest, and it looks as though he's misplaced his white cloak this morning, because he's really only wearing Lannister gold. There's the Kingsguard white enamel in several places, but especially with his helmet off. That is very clearly Jaime Lannister as Jaime Lannister, rather than as a member of the Kingsguard. And he is leading a dashing-looking white courser with another Lannister atop it that looks like about a 2/3 shadow of him. Also in gilded armor, though the enamel on this is red instead, is young Tyrek Lannister, squire, or one of the squires to King Robert Baratheon. Their opposite is a pair of Ambroses. House Ambrose of the Reach, Sir Edmund Ambrose, is leading his younger brother, Squire Alan Ambrose. Alan isn't much smaller than his knight, and he looks very confident and determined atop his own courser, and wrapped around the one arm of his gleaming plate and mail harness. He seems to already have the favor of a lady, and you can just make out the rose of House Tyrell flapping in the breeze from
Good for
that
him.
little banner.
So romantic.
So, we've got an Ambrose against a Lannister. Feels like kind of even odds by repute. The Ambroses, as a reach house, are fairly known for their skills in tourney, but the Lannisters certainly spare no expense when training their youth. And the shadow of the Kingslayer is a reminder of just who may have been training the lad in King Robert's absence. So let's get your bets in, and we will say... Okay. They shatter 4 lances against one another before, on the 5th charge, and it's both of them are breaking the lances both time, staying firm in the saddle. On the 5th charge, Squire Allen's his voice breaks in a squeak that makes him sound a few years younger, but very dramatically at the moment of the charge, he shouts, "Eleanor!" Boom! And the Lannister goes tumbling from the saddle as his cheer of the voice of his lady love is enough to strengthen his heart and defeat the squire to King Robert that stood opposite him.
Hooray!
Love it.
You enjoy a few sips of wine and a few more little brunch cannolis, and then you see your friend Sir Nathan Lucas approaching. He's looking kind of grim and dour and hungover, but it is morning, and that seems to be his natural expression. But he is leading a roundsea with his squire on it, a gangly, skinny lad with kind of plain brown hair, and you can actually make out in the morning light as he takes off his helmet and kind of fidgets with it and straps it back on without much help from Sir Nathan. He's got some sad little stubble that he's working really hard at. And you hear Illyria Mopatis kind of tosses his head. He goes, yes, young Josmin Peckledon, some lad from the Westerlands. They call him Peck. He's supposed to be formidable. But, and opposite him, the Hand of the King approaches. John Aaron of the Vale leads a fine courser with Hugh of the Vale, his squire, riding atop it. So the king isn't up just yet and here just yet, but the Hand of the King is seeing to his own squire. Hugh looks like he should be a knight. He's at least 20, maybe early 20s. Big guy, handsome, clean cut, gleaming plate and mail. He certainly looks much more prepared than Josmin Peckledon. And also, you know that, like, the last guys John Aaron squired turned into Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon and stuff. So he's clearly pretty selective. Hugh of the Vale is of no particular breeding. He is lowborn, the son of some retainer of House Aaron. So for him to have been chosen by John Aaron to be squired, it sounds like the smite money's probably on the Vale in this one. And again, you've never even heard Sir Nathan tell you he had a squire, much less his squire's name. So it sounds like maybe he doesn't train him a whole lot. Yeah, bets are in. The smart money seems to be on Sir Hugh of the Vale. To their credit, it takes them 5 passes.
Wow.
But eventually, it looks largely like Peck is just outmassed again. He certainly has heart for kind of a gangly lad. He gives it his all, but eventually the superior technique and the fact he's probably got 3 or 4 years on him, Hugh of the Vale moves on to the next one.
polite applause. If I catch the eye of the kid who didn't make it, just be like,
and that's not uncommon. Most of the crowd is pretty good-natured about the Squires joust. Most folks aren't wagering very heavily on it because they're still Squires. It's kind of a crapshoot, and not as much of the reputation of noble houses is on the line. You know, it's kind of the minor league, if that. So most folks are pretty encouraging of all of these Squires, like unless they've got some personal grudge. So yeah, the crowd tends to be kinder to them than to the knights themselves.
And I mean, going 5 passes is not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, I mean it took some guts and some good balance and some training in horsemanship. To his credit, because you're also keeping an eye on Peck, you see Nathan Lugas like give him a big swat on the shoulder and kind of talking him up as they're being led as they're led off field. So Nathan isn't like beating him with a training sword or something. So it looks like he's being a decent guy to the kid. Next
He's
up,
not a villain.
Go ahead.
I mean, he's not a villain. He's just Nathan, so he's a little bit of a bully.
I think with Peck's technique, if you can somehow combine it with Willie Will's particular brand of training, the belly, you might actually have a good chance.
Yeah, if he beefs up a bit, he'll do all right.
Yeah.
On that topic, Oris gives Lucaris a tap on the shoulder, and he says, I heard we're up soon. We should probably be off.
Let us go. Lucaris will be in his mail to plate not attached.
All right.
clap Oris on the shoulder. You can do this. You know you can do this.
He gives a cheerful nod. I do! And he looks really excited. Like I said, it's a quick turnaround. The mercurial Oris is on a high at the moment. And it's I almost forgot. And he hops for a moment. He's very balanced and smooth in this armor. We'll describe the armor when he's on deck. But he's moving in it like he's not wearing it. But he actually hops and balances for a moment on one foot in order to upend his boot. And he then kind of hops to get it back on. And he holds up. And he's got a silver crown, which is worth 7 silver stag. That's his secret money that he carries in his boot. But he's got that, and then he also hands his entire coin purse over to Adam. The entire coin purse is less than that 1 silver stag that he carries. I will keep track of Oris's money, but Oris is trusting it with Adam. He goes, yeah, everything I've got on me, because if I lose, Willie will probably kill me anyhow. But yeah, don't lose it or nothing. All right, bye. And then he takes off at all like a boyish trot after leaving his entire worldly wealth with Adam, who he trusts with him. The next match, though, the one that is between his departure and is another one with a grossly uneven look. In that on one side, you have the slip of a squire, Lord Edric Dane of Starfall. He is one of the few lads in this. He's about 13 years old. He's got a shock of pale hair, and he's led by Lord Beric Dondarrion, who is a fierce fighter, but remember, he's not a very big guy himself. Lord Beric is engaged to Lord Edric's older sister. And that's how this kind of unusual pairing of one of the martial pillars of Dorne and one of the martial pillars of the Stormlands has come to be. But they're not an imposing duo at a glance. And they are outmassed by the rider that comes up alone on the other side of the field. There's no one leading his horse, and he's atop it looks like it might have to be a draft horse. He's a very large fellow in his late 30s. And you're able to kind of recognize, especially after you see his heraldry, that's Merritt Frey, unkindly called Fat Merritt by his family. He was a squire, technically a peer of the likes of Jaime Lannister. He fought against the Kingswood Outlaws a generation ago and was never knighted. The details of some of that aren't known with the level of lore that you lot have. But it's known that he did not acquit himself very well to have been running around in the woods with the Kingsguard shit and still never been knighted for it. He is a laughingstock of his family. Again, their nickname for him is Fat Merritt Frey, and they routinely encourage others to call him the same. But he's definitely a grown man with nominally a lifetime of martial training. On the other hand, Edric Dane is a slip of a boy, but he is a Dane of Starfall and nephew to Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, and trained by a tourney knight of some repute. So it's a difficult call to make. The storybook ending would certainly be Lord Edric Dane's superior technique and the renown of his house guiding his lance to a victory. But Merritt Frey is a grown man, and mass accounts for quite a bit. So it looks like kind of an even odds type.
I'll put my silver on the young one.
I cannot bring myself to bet on a Frey.
Same. Just not happening.
Yeah, I'm not going to bet.
Principle of the thing.
Okay. No bet is a fair assessment of this one, or betting on whomever.
Oh no, I'm betting on the Dane.
Okay. Update the document. This one, for out of character meta thing, actually one of the even odds ones I put together, because it's just a hard one to call, because of how the rules for it. Okay. Wow. On the 7th and final pass,
Jesus.
with both of them shattering lances in each round.
Wow.
But again, the rules are after the 7th pass, either the matter is settled afoot, or it is called, by the heralds and king and stuff, whoever's watching. But on the 7th pass, finally, the avalanche rain of strikes sends Edric Dane tumbling from the saddle. And out of character, you guys know that armor doesn't help with that and that sort of thing. To the boy's credit, he does get back to his feet as quickly as he can. It is not a combat-ready pounce to his feet type of thing like you've seen some of the knights do yesterday. He does stand up on his own 2 feet and walk off the field without assistance. But he is clearly hurt, and the crowd is roaring for him. It is, definitely a moral victory for the 12 or 13-year-old boy that got beat up by a grown man, and that took 7 passes to do so. You notice that Merritt Frey looks pretty rattled by it. Often in the kind of break from pass to pass, he was very clearly shaking his head and occasionally reaching up to hold his helmet. So it looks like his bell has been rung, and he's certainly bothered by the repeated smacking. But in the end, the age and mass wins out. The roar of the crowd doubles and redoubles as they are cheering the gallant young Lord Edric and Lord Beric Dondarrion, who, oh yes, hello, kind of does the parade float wave, even himself on the sideline. Like, yes, look at the gallant squire I have made. And he looks appropriately dashing as he turns and raises Edric's hand as though Edric won. And the crowd's going crazy, and then the crowd gets even louder, and you hear a creaking behind you as the upraised pavilion there, Robert Baratheon clambers his way up onto it. And you can actually hear him kind of growling under his breath, even as he half-heartedly waves to the crowd. Oh, seven hells, it's too early for roaring. Someone get me some wine. Where's fucking Lancel? Oh, that's right. Where's fucking Tyrek? And the Tyrek Lannister hurries to him with some hair of the dog. Because, sure enough, Lancel cannot help him right now. Lancel is being guided to the end of the tourney field by, once again, Sir Jaime Lannister. Perhaps the most dangerous blade in history. He, again, looks like generally just a pale shadow of him. The two Lannisters, the squires, have very similar mail. It is straight up gilded, and then it's got some red enamel on it, but it's got the gold lion, yada, yada, yada. There is no doubt that they are spared no expense in outfitting their sons for this. Lucaris over there on the sideline, you can actually hear her gilded armor, fucking twats, and just kind of continuing to psych himself up. The rest of you and the rest of King's Landing sees Oris in his bitchin' armor, all resplendent and stuff for the first time. His armor is very finely crafted by Master Smith Tobo Mott. You may recall you kind of bought it on discount because the Kettle Blacks are sons of bitches that didn't, decided they didn't want it right now, and then trashed the Master Smith's shop when he wouldn't give them their money back and stuff. They're that sort of dumbass. But it looks really good on Oris. Oris moves in it very smoothly, and it's clearly armor that was designed for jousting first, and then everyday combat fighting in second. It's a little askew to the left, in that it's got a high collar built into the breastplate and shoulder pad on the left-hand side, and there is more visibility and breathing holes on the right, on the side of your face that is away from where the shattering lances are. So it's got kind of a weighty asymmetry to it. But it's full-on plate mail. Oris is moving in it like a second skin. You're all experienced enough to kind of, in a meta-narrative role, recognize the armor mastery perks Oris has them. So he's looking pretty big, even bulkier than normal. It is also augmented, I believe, Ash/Adam, you were going to make sure he had some neat tabard with the house colors and stuff. What exactly we got going there?
Yeah, well, he does have the house sigil on the breastplate, and the metal itself has a midnight blue hue to it, with some silver etching just on the pauldrons to kind of give it a bit of pizzazz, and all the greaves and leathers and sashing are black, but the Nymerian wyvern with its silver spear is emblazoned pretty big on the chest.
So kind of Batman-esque, daring people to hit it. like drawing the eye, and yeah, it's cool. So, Illyrio Mopatis continues to take whatever bets. He comments good-naturedly, like, "Oh, the kid, he's a fearsome foe," and just kind of hyping up the Lannister side. You have no idea how much he means it or not. From behind you, in what counts as under his breath for King Robert Baratheon, you hear, "Hells, that's a big one. Why's the Lannister got to be mine?" Oh, well. Because it's even at opposite ends of the tourney field, there's a striking difference. But there we go. So get your bets in. Yeah, in the Google Doc. Oris gives you a nod behind his helmet. He's like, "You got nothing to be scared of from him." For this, we're actually going to roll it out as a full one. So I've got a full sheet for Oris. Who wants to roll for Lancel? I will let one of the PCs do it. Okay, Luke, since you're the one that's there, he is going to have... Because I don't want to half-ass it with what is nominally my NP.
He's got a different level of investment to the rest of
he is rocking fighting of 4, spears of 2, animal handling of 2. So that'll be 8 dice, keeping 3 of them.
Isn't it lances rather than spears?
You use the spears specialty for lances and other spears.
Okay.
So he will be rolling that. You may choose a maneuver for like. It is probably going to be the default.
Yeah, he's aiming to just stick to normal. He doesn't have a lot of window here to give up stuff.
So we are keeping.
Okay, I rolled.
Yes, we are looking at, and you suggested that he go aggressive, so Oris does. We are looking at a 24 for Oris against the passive ride of Lancel. That is a 9. So that's 9, 14. That's 4 degrees of success.
Lancel's keeping 3 dice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He has a staggering. I rolled a 5 with the last dice, but 11.
And that will miss by more than 5, making it a critical failure. Oris rather critically has animal handling of 4 and some ride specials. So, with a miss by more than 5, Lancel does not break his lance. But Oris does kind of break his Lancel. Because Lancel cannot stay a horse with the difficulty of stay in saddle roll that has been put before him with a 4 degree of success hit.
Woof.
Crunch.
Lancel also has a health of 9. He is in Castle Forged Full Plate, but the Castle Forged Full Plate improved his combat defense, not the armor rating. And with the lance on the charge, he's got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. With the charge, he's got a base damage of 12. So 2 points will get through Lancel's armor, but then Lancel takes all 12 as he is unhorsed. So yeah, he needs to take a couple injuries just to not be KO'd. So it is a resounding success for House Nymeria. Yeah, that's about as lopsided as it could get. And that was with bouncing Lancel up to knight stats and giving him better gear. which felt like kind of the most I could do with Lancel. Like realistically, he's not going to be rocking Knight of Quality probably ever in his life. But yeah, so alas, poor Lancel knew him well. So that is a statement by House Nymeria. The crowd kind of holds its breath for a moment as this crimson and gold ragdoll is thrown into the mud, because that was the squire of the king, who is, of course, renowned for his even temper. But it was a squire that King Robert kind of doesn't want or like or respect, and he just got to watch a Lannister get knocked in the mud.
I did not hold back on my cheer.
Yeah, so the crowd, for the most part, is quiet for a heartbeat, and then you hear that much louder from King Robert on his pavilion. La 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 la, Lancel Lannister. Twat. You don't make them like they used to. Go on, Kingslayer, help your cousin to his feet. Dropped his dignity somewhere. Gods, that's a big lad. That was worth getting up for. Next! So he looks to be in positively Baratheonish spirits about the whole affair. Luckily. And it's not like it was Joffrey or somebody that he actually has a blood relation and emotional investment. So that goes pretty well for you.
Tell us when Oris gets back. I got something to say.
I'll congratulate him and help lead him back.
Yeah, and Oris is just beaming down at Lucaris. He actually high steps on his horse on like the way back along the tourney field, doing that kind of catty corner trot a little bit, which is kind of the equivalent of like an end zone dance as he makes his way back across the tourney. He's not a humble lad at this. So yeah, he just kind of trots catty corner back across the field. Does give a tip of his shattered lance and a polite nod towards Lancel. Rather dangerously also Jaime Lannister, who by that point has sauntered out to help his cousin, because his king ordered him to. Jaime does not offer him a hand up. It looks like the assistant is like, get up, cousin. You know, like that's that level of help.
Are you done?
He is nominally there. Yes, he is present. No, he is not actively helping his cousins. But yeah, so that went about as well for you guys as it could have. House Nymerian's squire looks like he eats Wheaties, and the king isn't mad at you. So that's always good. Oris will get back during the next joust. So let's go ahead and get your bets in there. It is young Robert Frey against a squire named Miles. Give me 1 second. Miles is the squire to a Desmond Grell, not a knight of particular repute. The Frey, meanwhile... 1 second, where's that? I'm going to give you a quick rundown of his heritage. Because the Freys are a complicated to keep track of the lot of them. But you remember this Frey's father because he was named Rhaegar. He has not lived up to that name. Even just on behalf of anyone that thought fondly in the slightest of Rhaegar Targaryen. But even for a Frey, his father has been a disappointing specimen. Little Robert himself, however, is another one of those kind of scrawny 13-year-olds. And it looks like, again, that Frey habit of naming them after whoever's supposed to be a badass right now did not pay off. Because in the same way that Rhaegar Frey is not a handsome or dashing specimen that you have ever heard of, he's not here. Little Robert Frey does not have the look of Robert Baratheon to him. He is not a strapping lad. He's not even black of hair. He's just got that kind of mild brown that most Freys do. But he is atop a shaggy northern pony. And leading said pony is his knight, the Lady Alysanne Mormont.
How'd that happen?
The Freys edge their bets.
Okay.
So what you know of Miles himself is, again, he has no last name. He is lowborn. He is the squire of the Master-at-Arms at River Run. So, being the Master-at-Arms at River Run, he's probably pretty good at this sort of thing, and you would assume his squire has been trained pretty well. He's a strapping lad of 15 or 16-ish. So it looks like he also has a size advantage. But you have no idea what kind of riding and lancing training Alysanne Mormont has likely given to young Robert. But Robert will be Horace will be making his way back to you alongside his character Karis, looking cheery and stuff. If you want to bet on this round, get your bets in, and the crowd will be roaring in the background as you are able to roleplay with Oris and his return. So go ahead and let's cut to the conversation while the crowd's hollowing in the back.
I get a little head start on everybody, come up to him, just beaming, arms open, big hug. Oh, you magnificent bastard!
Oris kind of chuckles metallically because he's left the visor down on his helmet. He doesn't seem to mind it, or maybe he's just getting used to it. But yeah, so there's kind of this metallic ring to it, and then he lets out a fairly booming and metallically echoing laugh. They should have put the Kingslayer on that horse. It might have taken 2 passes.
Ooh. Well, you're probably going to need a little seed money for that, so slap 5 golden dragons into his hand. Put that in your boot instead, huh?
You see the whites of his eye through the open visor, and his big gauntleted hand, he shoves it back at you. And he goes, no. I'll not take it until I've paid you back the dragon I already... Which will be with Lannister gold.
Oh, well, 4 then?
Just hold on to it. I need to...
All right.
And he sounds very serious about that. Like he knows he owes you a straight-up gold dragon, personally and individually. He also knows he owes House Nymerian some gold. You individually, he's like, nope, can't do that.
So Lucaris is smiling along with this until he makes the comment about taking on the Kingslayer. It's very serious.
He does not seem to notice the change in your... he's... he's 18 years old and just threw the game-winning touchdown pass type of thing. So he's like, fuck it, let's do this.
Right.
He does not let your... serious and rightful concern dampen his spirits any. But yeah, he's totally that snapshot right now of varsity football kid that just won his first game. In fact, if you look really carefully, he's 6 inches off the ground the whole way. He's like a cartoon.
Floating along.
Yeah, he's a cartoon character floating above the ground. So
Teach me your power.
that is Oris's general vibe as he gets back to the table with the lot of you.
Excellent. I'm very happy for him. Good show.
Adam, Bela, I'm not trying to ignore.
No, I'll just congratulate him, but allow us to keep going.
Alrighty. The ensuing joust goes largely as expected, with the Squire Miles getting the win over the young Frey. Alisane Mormont goes bounding out into the field as soon as little Robert is pounded into the dust on the first pass. She either forgets or never bothered to quite learn the etiquette of officially waiting. But she gets out there while Robert is still on hands and knees and shaking his head. He's actually wearing the same armor that she was wearing yesterday for her pass, this kind of cobbled together, not quite breastplate. But she goes running out to check on him. And unlike Jaime Lannister, she helps him out. Like one arm hauls him to his feet, kind of effortlessly. The crowd is roaring and cheering again. Young Miles from the saddle gives a competent and well-balanced bow on his way back towards his end of the field. Next up, we've got 2 squire tilts to go. There is Merrill Florent of House Florent. That's a family sworn to Dragonstone. Several of his older brothers and or uncles have been involved in the joust and the tourney at large so far. And opposite him is a rather gangly lad named Edison Tollett. He does not look terribly cheerful to be here. You might almost say he looks like a rather dolorous Ed.
Does he?
Oh, of course. I see what you did there.
It's him, by the way.
Point on him.
For those of you that know him from... That is Dolorous Ed. He was a squire prior to taking the black.
We can change this continuity, guys. We can change this continuity.
He is currently a squire to Sir Vardis Egan, the captain of the guard at the Eyrie in the Vale of Arryn. Merrill Florent is the squire, for his part, to Sir Desmond Redwine of the Arbor. A prominent reach out. Sounds like pretty even odds on from what you know of the knights themselves. You know precious little about the squires, though certainly Merrill Florent seems to be in better spirits than young Ned Tollett. But yeah, so it sounds like about even odds based on what is known of the knights that these two. So get your bets in. Okay. This one is settled afoot. After the third pass, Edison Tollett is pounded from the saddle, and the crowd, like always, especially when it's a squire, they kind of pause for a second, like, oh, let's make sure it's okay. So you're close enough with these seats here, kind of front and center, that were secured for you. You can actually hear him go, well, hells, why not? As he hauls himself to his feet and draws his sword. Might as well die young, I suppose. And he readies his sword and challenges his opponent. Merrill Florent takes a moment, composes himself, dismounts, accepts a sword from his knight, Desmond Redwine, and eventually wins out. They both fight fairly well, especially for squires. But it does look like Edison is winded by the landing and such, and him attempting to finish it on foot earns him the respect of the crowd a bit more, but it's still settled, and young Merrill Florent is the winner today.
Well, it's nice to know that Ed was dolorous even in his youth.
And then the final bout of the Squires' joust. Young Lucas Root, a squire to Sir Andrew Charlton. Lucas Root is a Riverlander, as is Charlton, against Sir Osney Kettleblack, who is led to the field by his brother, who's veritably his twin, the night that, well, Vannon has met him.
I really don't like Kettleblacks.
And
None
I
of
like
us-
this other guy's name.
In this case, the smart money's probably on Kettleblack by a bit. They've got size and a martial prowess of some repute. House Root of Lord Harry Town. They do have horses on their sigil and such, but you haven't really heard much about young Lucas. Whereas the Kettleblacks have a reputation for brutality and cruelty already. So the smarter is probably going to be on Kettleback instead of this largely unknown squire to a largely unknown knight. Sir Andrew Charlton is of no particular repute. But again, you're not obliged to bet if the bet would mean being distasteful. You don't want to show moral support to the Kettleblacks, I'm sure.
I
But if
definitely
you-
do not.
Yeah.
I am scornful.
So if you are going to bet, get your bets in on the document.
All right.
And
If only
The
you could bet
dice.
Scorn.
if you could ironically bet for the Kettleblacks. On the second pass, Root is pounded from the saddle, and Osney Kettleblack, rather unsurprisingly, moves on to the next round. With that, however,
It's a damn
Um,
shame.
that thus endeth the first round of the Squires' tourney. Their plan is to do the second round in a bit, but again, we could be scheduling wibbly wobbly because we're going to cut over to the archery contest next. As the fields are cleaned up and squires are given some time to pound dents out of armor and that sort of thing. So there is a little bit of downtime between these passes. We're going to put the spotlight on a couple of the young scions of Nymerian. Particularly, this will be the first real contest for the young Lord Adam, who will be testing himself and his bowstring. And this will be a second chance in the spotlight, though it's likely not going to be more impressive than beating a member of the King's Guard. But Sir Vannon Rivers, the ward of the house, is also going to test his hunting archery skills against all comers here. So it's normally something that most highborns don't really pay attention. So you're not really able to mingle with small folk more. You're gonna have to mingle with the small folk more. But Magister Mopatis seems quite willing to just travel with you. He doesn't seem to mind. He does grab a few of the snacks as you're leaving the table. But he seems willing to kind of rub elbows with the small folk with you in order to go watch this archery contest unfold.
Do we choose where we stand?
Yeah, you can basically get whatever spot you want. Everyone is arrayed in line, the exactly where you are doesn't matter, because in this one you're not actually kind of competing directly against anyone. There are small knots of 4 or 5 of you that are kind of all shooting at the same target, but it's up to each of you to keep track of which arrows are which. And the elimination rounds here are based on like the half of you that are closest in a hole. So they're measuring like each target, but you're not actually directly competing against the person next to you any more than you are competing with somebody at the opposite end of the line.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Oh, I just want to be next to Adam for moral support.
Yeah, and that is
No, I was gonna
absolutely
say,
an
can I be
option.
next to
Just
Ryan 'cause I feel insecure.
He's gonna try and psych you out so you can win. Watch out.
No. I'm like, remember when you launched that arrow at those bandits on the King's Road?
Oh yes, I shot that guy in the neck.
So do I.
You did.
He's not going home to his mom.
That wasn't nice.
Just
He's a
kidding.
bandit, who cares?
While the archers are getting arrayed, including the 2 from House Nymerian, Illyrio Mopatis kind of leans over towards Lady Reyna in the kind of pocket that is created by the mass of Oryx and the armor and weapons of Lucaris and Bela, or at least the weapons of Bela, and the subtle aura of menace that she gives off. I'm not sure if you're wearing your armor, but still. There's a little kind of sea of small folk with little island in the middle of it that's almost like privacy, because there's just the background noise of the crowd and nobody's really paying attention to you and that sort of thing. And as the archers are getting lined up, judges are getting ready, and all that stuff, he leans over towards the Lady Reyna, and he says, I know you've been rather busy this morning, but I'm not sure if you've gotten the news about Lord Adam.
Push talk.
What news might that be?
Well, it would seem that your twin may have gotten the lion's share of martial prowess carried in your blessed mother's womb, but you struck a bit more well than you may have intended. It is said that he passed in the night. Some internal injury, a failing of his organs at the time. A broken rib that punctured one of those important things.
Does he say that loud enough for me to hear?
Yeah, you guys that are there can hear it just fine. But
He knew the risk. He challenged you to the duel.
I feel like we've been used.
Ugh. I am most surprised that he is passed due to injuries caused during the duel.
well, the lad stayed rather stubbornly on his feet. The thrashing you gave him was his by request.
Oh, yes, I agree. I just honestly didn't get the impression that I had succeeded with that much vigor. It wasn't my intent to slay the boy.
He lifts his glass that he brought with him from the little table that you guys were in. He goes, here's to the unexpected vigor of youth. And he kind of sighs wistfully before finishing his drink. He doesn't seem particularly bothered by it. He didn't comment on it with much different tone than he discussed the rain last night. So he doesn't, seem terribly bothered. It's kind of conversational and airy about.
All right, I continue in the same vein.
Sister, may I have a word?
Yes.
Of course, Lucaris. Pardon me, Magister.
Now more than ever, I think we've been set up. You were an unwitting executioner. Somebody wanted him dead.
I agree. I don't feel that knowing that even, yesterday would have changed the outcome. However, I couldn't
No,
not duel him.
the die had already been cast. You just need to be aware.
I agree. And your caution is wise.
I will start cheering on the archery contest to end the conversation.
All right. By best estimates, it looks like there's about 60 archers arrayed in this kind of ragged, long line. You're allowed to kind of be with whomever you want. You would assume maybe a dozen or so are highborn, if that, and they look kind of Adam-ish, and that they're probably the second or third sons, or a few of them are probably squires that just haven't got the money for a horse and armor and stuff like that. Bless you if that was a sneeze, I couldn't quite tell. You guys do recognize Lil Robert Frey, though. He's at the next target over from Adam and Vanin, and he's got a sturdy little hunting bow in his hands. And you guys can't help but hear Alisane Mormont woo at the top of her rather reputable lungs, as she's also kind of muscled her way toward the front of the viewing. You guys breezed your way towards the front of the viewing area with rank and status. She likely elbowed her way there like most of the small folk would. But you can hear her, hollering from not terribly far away. And just like the hares, Rob. Shoot 'em just like the hares. You got it, lad. Yeah. Whoa! Just whooping and hollering. They haven't won anything yet, but they certainly seem to be having a good time at King. And friendship is the real.
Really got to admire her enthusiasm.
Yeah, look over to the.
Well placed. The Northerners and their bows are not exactly as looked down upon as their knight. So, tournament.
I look over at the young knight, give him a little.
Robert Frey?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a squire.
Sorry, squire.
Okay, no, yeah. I'm just making sure there's a lot of goddamn Freys. So I wanted to make sure that I was clear about which one. Yeah,
It's
Robert,
Frey! What?
But yeah, nobody else is really jumping out at you as folk that you know or recognize. Because again, it's not as kind of reputable a contest. You have heard of some knights that take part in it, but they also do. All right, let's gather those handfuls of dice. Things are moving at a fairly measured pace. And everyone will have time for a take aim action before they shoot. So whatever your normal pool is, you're going to get +1 bonus die. At this round, no one's being hurried or anything. So you're able to kind of take aim and do that. So it's your marksmanship dice, whatever specialties you've got in bows. If you have a well-crafted bow, you'll get to add a 1 to the total. You have +1 bonus die for the aiming. For simplicity's sake, we are going to do this with a trio of rolls. You're shooting 3 arrows per set. So what I want my archers to do is work up your total for a shot, kind of scribble it down, do the next shot, add those totals. So what I want from you guys is for your overall total for the 3 shots, I'm going to roll in the abstract for the mass of archers. And if you are above the average of the mass of archers, you are in the half that is moving on to the next round.
So add
that's
together
kind
our
of the-
3.
Yes,
So-
add up your totals. And like if you've got a castle forged bow, it's a +1 to each of them. So if you roll 15, 15, 15, you would then come back to me with, I got a 45. Is that making sense for everybody for kind of our abstraction of totals here? So give me 1 second while I roll the dice for the mass of archers while you are totaling yours. 1 sec. Okay, I've got the group average. Give me 1 second, because I am actually rolling individual. Because he's the only other kind of character of note that is in the scene. Okay, we are done. Everyone has shot their 3 shots. There's kind of a half-hearted, knock, draw, loose. It's not like a super rushed pace. So the group, and then there's this clattering of arrows, the mass twang of bowstrings, the sigh of arrows arcing through the air, followed almost immediately by the sighing or cursing of the archers that loosed them. There's one holdout that takes about 3 seconds longer than everyone else after the last loose. You're sure that they're praying under their breath and aiming extra long. And then one sad little arrow from midfield goes arcing up and down, and they get a dirty look from the judges and all that. But once everyone's done, the judges head out there, and the archers kind of go ambling up the field, because they've got to point out sometimes and make sure that the fletchings are theirs. The archers themselves aren't messing with the arrows so much as pointing them out, or like the judges pull out their measuring rope and they go, all right, who's got the red and blue? You go, oh, that was me. So it takes a few minutes for all of the measuring and stuff to get done. What was your 3-shot total, Van and Rivers?
I came out to an even 50.
Oh, wow.
All right, a palpable series of shots. And what are we looking at? Young Adam Nymerian.
57.
Nice.
My best roll was my first one. The 24 on the first one and the other 2 were not so good.
Nice. The general average of the field, the 3 shots, were 14, 11, 11. So you all were well above the field average, squeaking in above the field average, and squeaking with joy as he is the first between him and his knight to the first time to not be eliminated in the first round. Get a 14, 11, 16 from little Robert Frey and his sturdy hunting bow. So he actually lets out a whoop for joy and fist thrust into the air because finally the unlikely duo has won at something. However, the time has come. About half of the archers are ushered off the field, and you're down to about 30 of you. And it's time for the next series of rolls.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
All right.
Sorry, 1 second. It's tough to go back and forth from typing to rolling. All right. The tallies are in. Let's go Adam first this time. What are we sitting on?
73.
Very nicely done.
Wow.
There we go. You. Spoiler alert. You're safe. Sir Vannon.
A new 52.
Nice, but we're gonna wipe all that away pretty. We've got a field average of not super. There's the conglomerate of the other 26 or 27 got 13, 16, 11, which was soundly outshot once again by Lil Robert Frey with his 16, 15, 15. So he's getting all glowed up this round. There's down to now, after all the measuring and the cursing and a few good-natured jokes from archer to archer, as a lot of these shooters know each other and get ushered off the field, it's you two, Little Robert Frey, and only about a dozen more shooters for this next round. The field is narrowing, and the archers that remain are... So, the best 3 shots of your life. Let's do it.
So Luke, how was that cot sleeping last night? A little different than in the
Cold.
the other
A little more room,
locations.
but cold.
Yeah, it's not exactly Dorn up here, is it?
Not anymore.
It's a little different about the women around too, I bet.
I'm ready.
You pay enough, and
Oh, did you have someone visit you last night?
no,
Ah,
no. Unfortunately, I'd be in a much better mood.
He had to get up at a terrible hour.
Yeah, the sun wasn't even in the middle of the sky. What was that?
It's called mourning.
Ugh.
Is that because you're sad for it?
Because you're looking at
some of us are.
Wait, wrong game.
Okay, Sir Vannon.
Came out at 53. And these are good rolls for me too, so
Hey,
Really well.
it's
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is thoroughly
good.
respectable.
It might come down to just us.
What have we got from young Adam?
67.
Nikes!
Not bad.
Not bad!
it's like 22s.
I mean, it was no 73.
All
I'm just
right.
saying.
The vast majority of my points went into archery.
I mean, you could probably be using some destiny points to really like push that over the edge.
Didn't need to just yet. The field average this round was a 53, which was also what Lil Robert Frey got.
Wow.
Hmm.
So, nobles win ties. You lot actually have status scores. So we're going to say that the small folk individually that got any other of them that got a 53 are ushered off the field. So it's down to you 3 and 3 guys that have the look of just lifelong hunters. They are all wearing the colors of a house that they serve, but it's almost the desultory colors, right? And they're definitely in hunters and woodsmen's garb. And then they're like, oh yeah, also I've got this sash that my noble lord makes me wear when I'm officially out murdering poachers, right? Like it's those guys that are skin like leather, perpetual squint, calluses on their fingers from bowstrings, this almost weirdly misshapen bulk across just the shoulders and arms, like your aunt has back home, that just lifelong archer thing. We're like, they're not built for sword fighting or riding. Like, this is what these guys do. So, the final round is upon us. Destiny points are an option. Remember, you can spend a destiny point to keep an extra die. Is normally the most efficient one. Alrighty. So, keep role-playing, those of you at the table, while we are all rolling our hand dice. That is a palpable start.
After this, when I take Oris out, we can take you out too, sis. I'm sure we can find something that looks good.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Whatever.
We'll see. Things are kind of busy, and depending upon how my joust goes, will probably depend my mood for the rest of the evening and foreseeable future.
Yeah, very well.
Just so you guys know, the field average was not... So it may just come down to which of you rolls the highest. I suspect it will not be the field average, I should say.
I'm set.
Give me a minute.
I've got one more roll to make. All right.
Yep, I'm done. I'm really hoping this DP was worth it, because...
So, going from what I suspect is the lowest to start, the field average with 3 rolls of 6 dice, 4, came up with a 50. This was absolutely fucking miserable for them. So that, it was, I believe, with the extra die, that was definitely worse than last round. Significant. How did Sir Van and
55.
All right, so you're in the top couple. You beat Lil Robert Frey, who got himself a 51. So he looked better than some of the grizzled old. You suspect it may have had to do with a puff of wind at an appropriate moment. What is young Adam Nymarian sitting on?
78.
Woof!
That sounds like you maybe didn't need that destiny point. That is resoundingly the best in the field. Well, you shouldn't have. Like I said, these guys were like, the field average was not what it should have been. But them's the breaks. Plot twist, subverting expectations. But yeah, they rolled 15, 14, 21. I almost cursed out, is it Orokos? What's the die roller we used to use? Yeah, Orokos. For those online games, they can be awful. I rolled by hand, but it was still, Orokos is still a rage-filled battle cry.
Yeah,
Looming head and shoulders over the rest of the field on that pass is young Adam Nymarian with his shots. And they've dispersed you guys as the field thinned out, so you've all got your own targets. All 3 of yours are touching the post that you're shooting at, and one actually pierces it. So that one, they're like, don't need no rope. That's clear. And then Van and Rivers is in a solid second place, and Lil Robert Frey makes it into the finals with the 2 of you. With his 18, 16, 17, he managed to beat this bevy of 6 keep 4s. And so, now the very, very final round.
Am I allowed to spend another destiny point to keep extra for this one?
Yes.
If you've got another destiny point,
Well, I've got
so
4.
Robert looks completely dumbfounded. And at one point, he actually kind of squeaks out, like, "Are you sure?" When they measure the ropes. And he's looking back over towards Alisane, who you think has been holding up one woo this whole time. Just woo! Like, it's been amazing. She might be the gust of wind that got him that last lucky.
Wow.
I look over at him and say, however this goes, you're doing very well.
See, now my rolls start being rubbish.
An upset, maybe?
It has taken just about all little Robert Frey has to do as well as he did. And the dice did just break back down to average for him. He has been rolling 5, keeping 3 this whole time. He's just a little kid with marksmanship 3 and 1 die in bows that was rolling well above his weight class when he needed it. He is not looking great this round. You guys can keep tallying, but he ends up with a 36 for his final trio.
Okay, there was me going, I rolled really rubbish this time. I didn't roll.
Yeah, and you still have pretty good odds of lapping. I mean, two of your 4 rounds to date have been double what he just got here.
Yeah, I mean, Adam rolls like with aim. That's like 7 d6s. Keep 5 plus 1.
Yeah,
He's an
you
archery
are.
machine.
Yes, you are the archer of the. It is your contribution. What's your total looking like, Adam?
I got 64.
And Sir Venom?
Oh, I'm going to shock all y'all. 57?
Nicely done.
Oh, yeah.
It's second place. Because that was it. You 3 were the last ones to shoot. Yeah, it was a resounding victory for House Nymerian, as 2 of the top 3 positions go to members or wards of the house. There's no actual prize for second place. You get the adoration of the crowd, and also the notice of, tallying stuff up at the end of this tourney. They're like, hey, wait, but standing head and shoulders over the competition is young Adam Nymerian with the eagle eye. That was a truly trouncing total. Like, looking at your string of 57, that was awful. That was just about that was the best that anyone else rolled against you in toto.
The first 3 rounds I forgot about my +1.
we forget.
That was left-handed.
You forgot your expertise.
74, 68. So
Yeah.
I actually rolled better than I thought I did for the first 3 rounds. But yeah, I'm very pleased.
And we're
Grab
very
by the
pleased
shoulders.
with you.
Yeah!
And I'll just need to wait until I get to the pavilion to go into an anxiety attack.
I go over to young Frey, shake his hand. Oh, that was really good. Well done.
But yes, well shot.
As the judges start to announce, and the small folk roar loud enough to drown it out, because everybody can see with that sort of margin there, Alisane Mormont crawls on all 4s with alarming celerity beneath the barrier to go roar and to go running out. She crawl on all 4s the whole way to him, but she goes under the barrier on all 4 to swoop up little Robert in a bear hug. Oris, in harness and all, vaults the barrier instead to go lift up Adam and put him on his shoulder. So as the crowd, and it's like a physical, like you feel rather than just hear the roaring, because like hey, isn't that the limping lord? He was walking all crookedy. Look at him fucking shoot! So the small folk, rah, rah, everyone's yelling and roaring, and you get the eagle eye view perched atop the heavy, is it pauldron? I think pauldron for the shoulder piece. Perched atop the heavy pauldron of Oris, and it's, physical waves of sound washing against you, and you can just start to make out kind of rising and falling over the general background noise of just, yay, somebody wanted a thing. You hear, limpin' lord, limpin' lord. Look at the little shooter, rah, 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 limpin' lord.
Yay!
So that went pretty
I mean,
okay.
I don't love that name, but
It's what you got.
You could be Adam the Lame. You could be Lame Adam Nymerian.
Yeah, I like
Still,
Limpin' Lord better.
It's better than the broken.
half man.
It's not that bad. But yeah,
But
so
I think Limping Lord does put me in the kind of Tyrion-esque place in the family.
Not the worst place to be.
No, definitely not.
All right. So yeah, those were some pretty gross totals, and I had these guys shooting, pretty well. So yeah, like I said, that was the general NPC mob kind of choked on their last set of rolls, but even if they hadn't, that was a resounding show of force from the slight and clever Adam Nymerian. So you are carried like a sack of potatoes back over, and Oris will heft you and put you down on the correct side of the bear. He doesn't try to hop over with you there or anything. But yeah, he's hallooing and roaring. You are the small knot of you as Highborn, and also as the three that just walked off. You're joined by Lady Alisane Mormont and little Robert Frey, and she's still got like one arm around him, and she gives him some noogies for a bit, which is a definite sign of affection on Bear Island. And she comes roaring up to the lot of you. Did you see him? Fucking third place he took. Good lad.
All that from shooting hares.
Yeah.
Little Robert, for his piece, is just beat red. Like he can't believe that he made it as far as he did, and this is the best day ever. He wasn't even a squire before this. So like he looks close to passing out. Also, the hug that he got did bury him rather deeply in the cleavage of Alisane Mormont, which she is a curvy, wide-hipped and wide-shouldered gal.
Bear hugs from a bear woman.
Some of the blush could certainly be from that. He's a lad at that age. But yeah, he just is like beet red, and wide-eyed, like, I can't believe I just took like third place in a thing. And the Freys don't get a lot of positive reinforcement back at the Twin.
Well fought, lad.
Yeah, very impressive.
Illyrio Mopatis cheerfully welcomes them to your little group, and holds up a gold crown that he offers to the boy. The prize for third place.
Aww. What a nice guy.
I like Galerio.
Robert and Alisane seem not to notice. No prize for third place. But yeah, the kid looks affected by it.
Do you have any idea how much gold I just made betting on Adam?
Let's hear it.
Yeah. A lot.
15 dragons.
Fucking hell,
Wow.
you bet more on me than I bet myself.
You want
There's
some
a-
of it?
There's a lesson there.
No, there is, but Adam's not as confident as Oris is.
And we'll just see how you feel about that next time.
Yeah, I guess I will. And
Aww.
So,
guys, I'm gonna go a whole pint.
a whole Scottish pint. That's
Yes,
3
whole
times
pint.
as big as most pints.
Yes,
Just-
a whole White Harbour pint, which is actually
Just-
3
yeah.
pints.
Just a wee bucket.
Just a wee bucket made of blue spruce.
So,
Just a growler.
we've got about 25 minutes to go. So we're going to start the second day of the joust with the 3 PCs. In universe, again, we're going to pretend that things don't necessarily happen in this order. There's wagering, and then it's your turn to joust, and then wagering, and yada yada. But I do want everyone to get in a round of awesome sauce and spotlight on them and living up to the perhaps existential dread that you've been experiencing since finding out who you're up against earlier this morning. So, in our narrative, we're going to focus on the 3 PCs coming up in this afternoon's tilt. And then we'll worry about the NPC tilting and associated wagering in a different order. Does that sound good? Like, we're just going to kind of bend time a little to make sure all 3 PCs get their crashing lances and charging steeds and swinging weapons and such.
Still the same
Sure.
in-game day, though. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, this is, again, the archery contest was about high sun. So about midday. So still coming up today, because there's half as many jousts, they can cover a lot more quickly in universe. So this is actually going to be the second round of the squires joust and the second round of the full joust. But we're going to sideline the squires joust, worry about the PCs first, and handle that. Okay?
Rusty, I got a quick question.
Sure, absolutely.
The book was real ambiguous about when you recover destiny points. When does that happen?
I will let you know. I am gonna say though, everybody that spent one prior to their turn in the joust, or their duel, or their archery contest, because you have all won your big moments so far, go ahead and get back a destiny point for those. Because everyone won their big dramatic solo moments. So go ahead and recover a destiny point for that. Which I probably should have said at the time, but I've just, partially it's because I've been trusting you guys to track your destiny points, I didn't pay as much attention to recovering. So that's on me. I'm trying to keep track of a lot of other stuff. And it's all new for me doing this on a computer, and it's actually harder. Like somehow having like 6 tabs to play with instead of a spiral-bound notebook. Like I have all the information in the world at my fingertips, and it makes it a lot fucking harder to GM. So yeah, that's my bad. But yeah, I'm a big fan of kind of dramatic destiny points. So, you know, anytime you win a big kind of one-on-one challenge, like Adam didn't get back a destiny point for every round of archery contest,
But the big
but he
win.
will get back the destiny point at the end. So yeah, you know, you'll get a destiny point kind of per joust, not per pass. Is that making sense?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it makes sense that it's for
Alright.
the big mojo.
Yeah. So,
I figured I'd ask, so.
I'm going to scroll down in order that they are in the brackets. First up in the PCs at the joust, we have Sir Lucaris Nymerian, newly having trounced Black Walder Frey and not improved his black mood any, up against Sir Andar Royce, heir to Runestone.
I will give
Should be a
Sir
pretty
Roy
good
a
fight.
polite. Okay, let's get my dice.
Yes, it is easier to roll if you fight.
All right.
So Andar Royce is a burly lad of absolutely clear Royce blood. He's burly, black-haired, and as the heir to Runestone, he's got some of those kind of bronze runes kind of chased in his armor as well. It's a plain steel armor without any other coloration than the kind of bronze inlay. The good news is he hasn't quite got the reputation of his brother, and neither of them has the reputation of his father, but he's still a solidly built knight. So go ahead and pick your stance and prep your dice.
I'll go aggressive.
A solid option under most circumstances.
No guts, no glory.
And roll and get me your total. And like the one really good thing in Royce's is at least you get to bring a horse. Because they aren't known quite as much for jousting as they are for warfare. Like they're more known for overall combat. So that is a little bit to your credit. Or in your favor, I should say. Yeah, I cannot read those.
Wow. That
I
looks
rolled
good.
a shit ton of 6s and 5s. I'm going to
Nice.
try to do this and keep an extra dice with Destiny point.
Okay. What is your passive ride?
It is 12.
Okay, and you rode, and that's counting your roll, your fighting aggressively or whatever your stance was, which again, I'm just trusting you to keep track.
No, it should be 2 less, I believe, so 10.
Okay, so a 10. The good news is he did not hit you with an extra success. He hits you with 1 DOS. So you do need to make a stay in the saddle roll. You are going to take 8 damage from him. His is a little beefier. But I believe your armor will eat that.
Yeah, it's like 9 of them. Yes. Okay, I got a 23.
Okay, you are just fine in the saddle.
No, that was the attack roll. That was
That was still the attack. Okay, I got you. So a 23. And is that counting your stance? Just because I know you forgot it on defense. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I'm trying to be transparent, if you want to spend a destiny point, that will be an extra degree of success.
I sprinted to get that, so.
Okay. Because, you're looking at a 9. 4.
Yeah, so
which
it's dice minus 1 from fighting, right? From
correct.
The charge.
Yes, the charge is 1 less kept die. But all right, so it's still definitely a palpable hit. And he needs to make... Give me 1 second. I gotta double check.
Yeah, no problem.
He cannot make it. Because of his stance and his animal handling of 2, he cannot succeed at staying in the saddle.
Yay!
However, he is a Royce of Runestone, so he will not be giving up after this. You took no damage.
I would not expect so.
If you had taken damage, you would get to make a catch your breath action. But you didn't end up taking damage, so you're fine. But he will take unarmorable damage from falling, but he does get back to his feet and pull a Morning Star from his belt. So depending on what you are fighting back with, you either need to yell for Oris to bring it to you, had it at your hip, or whatever you think sounds cooler. But he is taking it to an actual fight.
Oris, my spear.
All right. Oris hurries it out to you, and much as he did when Bela needed, gives it a jaunty little flip so that his gauntleted hand is holding it by the head, and he's able to extend the grip to you from, several squares away on our imaginary battle map. Because you won, we're going to say you just automatically have initiative on this first round.
Okay.
So he is down some damage.
Well, I will
And
attack.
you are up first.
Okay. Decent roll, actually. Okay, I have a 22 altogether.
Okay. He is combat defense 6, so you hit by numbers. That is going to be... yeah, that's 4 degrees success. What is your damage, sir?
It is 4.
So that's 5, that's 20. Getting through his armor of... it's going to be 11. He already took that much. Okay. Yeah, you lay a wound on from the get-go, because he was at literally 1 health at the start of the fight because of the armor does not help with it. Damage from getting knocked off a horse, and the number of injuries he would have to take for that would not make it worth doing. So, you attack with a flurry of spear strikes, just lashing out with stab after stab after stab, maintaining the momentum of having unhorsed him. And it's not in an unknightly way. He has time to prepare himself and set his feet and ready his shield. It just doesn't fucking help him any against this flurry of spear strikes. So his action will be the greater action yield. He will stagger backwards, and you notice that from some of these strikes, it's hard to say exactly which, but there's blood in the sand beneath his feet. And it's that much more visible as he staggers back a few steps, and he kind of sees it, and he makes sure that you see it, and then he just throws the Morning Star down so that it kind of sticks in the sand, and he casts aside his shield, and then he holds up both hands. He goes, "I yield, sir. You have the better of me by far." Well
I will
struck.
approach him and extend an arm, extend a hand, and say, "The warrior was with me today, but perhaps tomorrow will be with you. Well fought."
And he gives you that, warrior arm clap type of thing back, and a nod. And like,
I'm going to call for a maester.
yeah, and he picks up his stuff and makes his way off the field. He is certainly quite a bit less injured than his brother was after his fight yesterday, but it was a sound enough thrashing that there was no shame in the yield game. Scrolling down, it was that was a good time to roll very well. So that was good stuff.
I got the same roll on both attacks, 6 and 3 5s. So
Yeah, that's freaking awesome.
Very good, yeah.
Next up, we have the Lady Bela Nymerian,
Yay.
fresh off her victory against the lantern-jawed Sir Godry Faring. He high steps his courser up to the field, and you can hear his "Ha ha! They weren't japing with me. I did draw the woman. Sorry, lass." And then he slaps his visor in place opposite.
I'm doubling my bet.
I'm starting to remember that dagger I was gifted and wondering.
sister, good luck.
All right, I'm ready. I got this.
Better. That guy needs some ass kicking.
All right, so declare your stats, assemble your pool,
Okay,
and we will let fly.
I will use the brace stance, the one that helps me stay in the saddle.
Okay. He is going to be high in the saddle.
Oh, good.
Is one of the aggressive ones, because he is feeling confident. In case you could not tell from the subtle poker face he maintains.
I have
Go
with my penalties, a 15.
All right, that is a hit with 1 degree of success.
Ooh.
That
How
will-
close
you
is that
were-
to the next?
What's the threat?
Because I'm
you are looking for a 14, basically. So it would be a 19 for the next degree of success.
oh, okay. Well, then I will not use a destiny point.
All right, so he does have to make a roll to stay in the saddle. Okay. All right, and he hits your passive ride. He rolled a 19 to hit.
Yes.
So what's your passive ride?
It is 13.
Okay. As a reminder, you can spend a destiny point to withdraw, to let him keep 1 less die. That would cost him a degree of success on you if you chose to do so.
Yeah, the trouble is that
You don't have that many.
I only have one
know-
destiny
I
point, and I don't
know.
think this is the appropriate time to use it.
I know times are tight. I'm just reminding you of options when
Appreciate it.
might help.
I appreciate it.
So he hits you with 2 degrees of success. So you will need to make a difficulty 12 ride check.
Okay.
Your armor is going to absorb the damage from him just fine.
Yeah.
His armor is going to absorb from you just fine.
Mhm.
But he is knocked from the saddle.
Oh,
He had
wow.
an abysmal animal handling check.
With my brace, I have a total of 16 on my check.
Okay
Nice.
then. Unfortunately for time, he is not the sort to submit after that.
Right.
Especially not to some wench. So
I wouldn't expect so.
he clambers to his feet, and he also yells for his squire, "Bring me the star, boy. We'll pound some sense into her." And he also pulls out a morning star.
All right.
He contemptuously tosses aside his shield. So he's got the morning star in both hands like a bat, which normally means he wants to hurt you more, basically.
Okay.
But
Well,
it's also a sign of confidence.
two can
but-
play at this game. I
Um,
will dismount my horse, and I will call for my spear as well, and I will wield it in both hands.
Oh, this guy is so fucked.
Oris trots it out to you, and you can see him grinning and knowing as he hands it to you with a smile as sharp as the tip of your spear, because he knows what's coming next. You've got free initiative on,
Yeah.
and remind me real quick though, what is your lance damage on the charge? Because you get +2 for the charge, and his armor doesn't help with that.
So that is just basic spear damage, and then +2 for the charge.
Well, it's animal handling +3 +2 with the
8.
lance.
8 then.
Okay, so he had to eat up 8 points of damage at the start of the fight. Now, go ahead and give him what for.
Okay, so there's a certain action I can take to get an additional minor action, correct?
You
there's
can
a-
take a point of fatigue
Yeah.
to get an additional minor action that gives you a -1 to your...
Right. So what I would like to do is to aim and then attack,
Okay?
right?
Yep.
Do I need the fatigue in order to aim then attack? Or not?
Not with a basic attack.
Okay,
If
then
you're
perfect.
feeling- well,
Yeah.
if you're feeling extra foggy and you just one-shot this dude, you could do an aim and then do the, I forgot if it's called all-out attack or aggressive attack. I apologize.
Yeah, so I'm not going to do that one
That
just
one-
yet. Then I will not fatigue. I will just
Just
aim,
and
attack.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Oof. That is not a
Reckless
good
attack.
roll.
It's the other name for it. Every game calls it something different. But all right, go ahead.
Yeah, this was a pretty not great roll for me. I have a 16
Okay. Good news is he's combat defense 3.
Oh,
He confidently cast aside his shield.
Idiot.
So that's going to be, so what's your base damage?
6.
And that's with the two-handed, right?
That is, yes.
Okay. So that's going to be that times 4. All right.
And Pierce 1.
Yes. And that's going to be a little extra getting through, so he remembers it. But he is a dickbag. So he is going to take a wound, but not yield on his action.
Okay.
Instead, he is going to wallop you. He's not going to do the aggressive attack because he was planning on it before you just hit him for that fucking much.
Yes.
But he is, so he is definitely taken aback. And again, you see some blood splashing onto the sand, but he is determined to go down swinging.
That, I'd expect nothing less.
Take them apart.
Mm-hmm.
What is your combat defense?
9.
He did not roll well, but he is a big enough prick that he's actually going to spend this destiny point to keep this extra 2 that he had to drop from the injury because it gets him a degree of success.
And how many
So-
degrees would that be?
That it gets him 2. So he is going to hit you for 12 points of damage.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
He wanted to do something. So that was what he could muster with that fucking roll. Yeah, that was not a great roll. Maybe he'll learn some.
Yeah.
Because it is your turn again.
I'm going to do the same thing as before. I'm going to aim and attack.
All right, and standard attack.
This was a better roll for me.
That is a worse roll for him.
I have a 21.
They're good signs.
Nice. He is just gonna have to suck up another wound.
Yeah.
And that is going to drop him to 3 fucking dice. And eventually good sense will win out. Where do you want the last stab to be?
I'm picturing this a little bit more like a few key targeted points. So like a cut like right on the elbow, like a small one along the neck, like one in the side. So like not any single blow is like devastating, but just like over the course of several hits.
Where is the last one?
The last one is like right on his main sword arm, right in the crease of his elbow.
Yeah, that's the one that does it. It sends his morning star spinning to the sand, and he's holding that arm tucked in to his side as he stumbles backwards and kind of flails at you with his open hand in kind of an instinctive, like, get back type of response. And then he balls his fists. You can tell for a second he's thinking about just going at you with his gauntlets.
Can I goad him into attacking me?
Make me a persuasion roll with the taunt specialty.
Okay, so persuasion.
So like I said, if you've got taunt, go for it.
I do not have taunt.
No problem. He doesn't have a whole lot
Okay,
of
I have 12.
Okay, that beats his intrigue defense. So what I'm gonna do is he spends a point of fatigue to take a swing at you with a fist, but with 2 fucking wounds. I don't think this 5 he just rolled even hits you. So he comes clumsily staggering at you with a wild haymaker that he spent a point of fatigue to attack with. And then, when it does not connect, he uses his greater action to use. So it's this big wild haymaker. They actually get some blood on you because he's got a couple of cuts and stuff. Stumbles past you, and the momentum of the swing drags him to his knees. And he yield. Fuck. Yield. What the hell? It's just by the 7. I never thought. You could just hear him muttering. But the yield was loud enough for everyone else to also.
Yep.
And the crowd.
So I'll do the respectful bow to him, then bow to King Robert.
Robert is chuckling. He's not quite laughing out loud, because that is kind of one of his bannermen. They're sworn now as Baratheon of Dragonstone. And Godry Faring's an easy guy to dislike, but he's from a prominent house, so he's not savoring it the way he did watching a Lannister get pounded in the mud. But you can hear him kind of chuckle, and because you're looking at him to bow, you can see one of his thick, ink-black, bushy eyebrows quirked appraisingly. You're pretty sure he wants to fuck you. But also, he's probably also impressed by your martial prowess.
Yeah.
But it's Robert, so it's gonna be.
It's all on.
You know what you're getting.
With a woman who could kick my ass.
Wine and women, right? Those are the two things. And fighting.
Yep.
He's like,
I bet you smell like blood and sweat.
Accurate.
So you're definitely leaving unimpressed. And there's a bunch of murmurs and mutters from the crowd, because Godry Faring is a knight of some renown. That's a solid knight of quality stats you just beat. So people are definitely noticing.
Good. Let them notice.
Because we are at 6 o'clock, I'm going to leave it to you, Kevin. Do you want to go after Sir Osmond Kettleblack, or do you want that to be how we open? Because we're not going to open for a while. Because 2 weeks from now, it's Origins. So a lot of us are going to be AFK and several nights away. So do you want the closure of seeing how this tilt with Osmond goes? Because there's nothing scheduled right after us, and Oz is here to be put up and tell us we have to stop. So if you want to fight him, I'm going to leave it up to you, bro.
If everybody's in it.
Do it.
Alright,
Do it.
All right, then. We're going to fucking stay after class because there's nobody here telling us we can't. So we're going to at least fight this
The rules are
Kettleblack.
out.
Yeah, there's no grown-ups here making us be adult. So, all right then. Osmond Kettleblack cuts an imposing figure. He's a big guy. Their armor is kind of oiled and blackened. The way you could kind of mix some soot in oil, like before you're gonna use a dagger to cut someone's throat.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Kettleblack conceit towards their armor. So they cut imposing figures, and their other conceit is they wear the colors with it. So it's just this guy, kind of pitch black armor, big, as close to 7 feet tall as 6, atop a great big courser that has been bred for strength and size, not quite over that destrier threshold, but it is a formidable steed, likely of as muddied breeding as the Kettleblacks themselves, but still no doubt built for size and strength. And he does not trot halfway across the field for any pleasantries. Some of these knights are tired with each other. He just stands grimly on the opposite end of the field, accompanied by his squire and his brother that's just a few years younger than him.
I'm doing
He's a
likewise.
similarly imposing figure. Yeah, and honestly, you pretty imposing too, because you've got, Oris is no slouch in the looking imposing stat. So this looks like it would be a fairer fight than most. If the squires were like, fuck it, we officially count as second. If the shit hit the fan, Like, this isn't a fat Merritt Frey against little Edric Dane type of clash up. You're not huge, but you're no slouch. So you just both kind of eyeball each other from across the field. There's not a lot of fanfare. Neither of you is of terribly reputable name. Your blood is known, and you beat a member of the Kingsguard. But he is still just a kettle black. He is reputed to have been knighted by hedge knight bastard. So it's not the showstopper. Yes, please do order some Chinese. I'm gonna character and say that. But it's not.
What?
It's a not a show-stopping dramatic moment where the crowd is like, oh shit, it's the Kingslayer against the Knight of Flowers, right? It's not that moment. Instead, it's a very private moment of tension because you met this motherfucker accosting you with both of his brothers while you were taking a shortcut through, the tourney ground, and they were armored and you weren't, and they attacked, from behind, and this time you're able to stare right at the motherfucker. So it's definite moment of of tension and drama and violence in the air, but in a much more kind of personal, menacing way than when two gallant knights of the Reach are opposite one another with the honor of their houses. Instead, it's, more of a back alley fight type of thing in the brewing. So, declare your stance, assemble your pool, and the two of you go charging madly at one about 30 miles an hour.
All right. If I do take the defensive stance, if I got a +2 to my passive animal handling, does that go in the multiplier? We didn't cover that. Or is that just to the top?
Your passive is your total.
Okay.
So, I believe your passive was 13.
It is.
Normally, yeah, that would make it a 15.
And takes 2 off my fighting. That's fine by me.
Yeah. Or 1. I mean, you choose 1 or 2, but it sounded like you. So,
No,
all right.
I'm going with 2.
Okay. Okay then. Sling your dice, sir.
All right. All right, we got 6, and I keep 3. So, 16 after the -2.
He has an animal handling of. You're looking at difficulty 14. So depending on the die that you drop, if it would get you another degree, I'm being transparent there.
You know what, Ken? Well, those are the 3 that I keep. Could I spend a destiny point to keep another one?
Yeah, that's the simplest mechanical thing of a is to keep +1 die. So if it would get you another degree, that's why I was being transparent about his passive ride.
All right, I will spend a destiny point and take another 5.
So
Nice.
that will make it definitely a second degree of success. And behind is 18. All right, because of your defenses, you guys have tied with 2 degrees of success against one another. His damage is 9 points of damage coming at you, which I believe your upgraded armor, will absorb. And his armor is enough for yours. Do the math there myself. And now it is the animal. You do get to use the ride specialty on this, and if you are on a castle-bred steed, you do get the +1 on the stay in saddle roll.
Okay. So just roll my regular ride.
Yep. So animal handling plus ride, and you are looking at difficulty 12 to stay in the saddle.
Yeah, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Nice.
Good work.
He got a 14. So he also stays in the saddle. Neither of you got an extra degree of success.
Oh, wait. I
But
forgot my bonus
feel-
stat. Yeah, no, it's 16. Never mind. Doesn't even matter.
Okay. You feel like you kept your horse a bit better than he did. But just a bit. You both get the chance to take a catch your breath action if any damage got through. I don't believe any did. You return, you kind of, prance past one another and make your way back to your corners, and then you assemble your die pool and declare your stances again.
I'll keep it as is. This is not what I do best.
Alrighty, let's roll them.
Alright. Do. So many dice.
Oh, it's a big problem.
Yeah, but I only keep so many, and that sucks.
It does break your heart.
Ooh.
Yeah, having to drop the 2 from just charging is a pain.
I'm going to use another destiny point because this is awesome. Which takes me to, let's see, 25.
Very nice. His roll was not great. The bonus dice did their job and let him drop a bunch of garbage bullshit. He is looking at a 17 against you, which is just 1 degree of success. So you are looking at difficulty 9 to stay in the saddle. Your total 3 degrees of success on him. So he is looking for a 15 saddle, a much more difficult test.
Okay. Come on. Okay, so I have an 18.
All right, that certainly beats a 9. So the both of you shatter your lances against one another. You reel in the saddle, but you are able to stay a horse. He is not.
Yeah.
So he falls from the saddle, but immediately gets to his feet. And he shouts, "Hammer!" And his brother, and there's that ragged edge to his voice. And he has to actually cough and clear up afterwards. And his brother brings him a great big fat warhammer, which is going to be quite percussive. A solid choice against an armored foe.
All right, hop off my horse, hold out my arm. Shield, Oris.
Yep. Oris runs up, brings you the shield, the sword if you needed it.
Pull out my sword. All right, now I can't take 2 lesser actions to just double attack. It's got to be 1 attack and I can use a name, right?
Right.
Cool.
You can take lesser actions for other stuff, but the rule is still only 1 attack per round,
No worry.
barring certain qualities or whatever.
That is fine by me.
So again, you've got the initiative on the jousty part, and he is down some damage from that. So, momentum is yours. Go for it.
I'm just going to be stupid and I'm going to charge him.
That's not stupid. It's just aggressive.
No.
If it works.
If it were, yeah. That's
All right.
important. That's the caveat in question. All right. Keep 5, 1, 6, 11, 16, 22, 26, 27.
Okay.
And a
base
plus
damage
2
is-
for the damage. That's the base. Base damage is 4.
Where are you getting that +2 for the damage?
I'm not getting a +2 for the damage. The damage is 4 for a bastard sword.
Okay, you just said and a +2 for damage. Like that was the last words you said.
Oh, isn't that what a charge does?
No, that's a charge on horse.
Oh.
Oh, you're not
this was
mighty
just
anymore, so
yeah.
I'm so good at this game. All right.
So base damage is
He
4.
was just so wrapped up, he forgot he wasn't on a horse.
So that is going to be the. All right. He is able to fend off more of your strikes than you would like from this terrific flurry of blows by eating them with the bulk of his armor, the haft and head of his warhammer. But you hear him grunting with exertion from it. And this swing comes at you a little more slowly than you might have expected. He had to take some injuries, but unfortunately not a wound, because he's a beefy sumbitch. But he will be at a penalty for that. He will spend a fatigue point for an extra action, aim, and then he is going to reckless attack on you, because he does not like you, and hitting things hard, cattle blacks are bred for. So, he's going to have a penalty on this roll from both injuries and fatigue, but he is keeping a pretty fair handful of dice. And what is your combat defense, sir?
6.
So, 3 degrees of success.
Fuck.
That is, yes. That is 24 points of damage.
Ay, caramba.
I would suggest a wound, because that's the way to get to avoid. Because I think. Well, otherwise, hold on. What's your armor rating? 10, right?
10.
So that'd be 14. What's your health points?
God, I hate that they're like not in 5s or something. 6. Oh, it's 11.
Okay. 4, 14. Yeah. You could make it. You can take 1 injury, which will leave you at 1 health point, but give you just a -1 for these follow-up attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could take a wound, and that leaves you your health to play with if the fight doesn't finish.
Yeah, I'll take
We
the
are
wound.
taking dice for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a die makes you down, makes you down 1 whole kept die. The injury route would just be a -1 to your roll. Honestly, because I also kind of let slip that he did a reckless attack, I would go for the injury, and keep the smaller penalty, because the odds are, because he's going to be combat defense -2.
True. All right. You know what? That sounds good.
So,
That's solid advice from the GM, and I.
it's the bolder, braver option. Like, in fairness, it's a little bit more gamble, but you can always take a wound next time if you need to, right? Like, it's not like wounds are off the table. So,
I believe in you.
he heaves too, and you come at him with a flurry of skillful strikes that he's barely able to fend off, and a few of them still get through, and you're battering him inside his arm. And then he just swings this thing at you almost like a baseball bat. There's no, like, finesse to it. That's just not what he's built for. But it's a big fucking hammer, a big fucking guy. And it almost blasts you from your feet. There's like a visible dent in your arm. It also has Shattering 1. If the fight continues, you're at... Or no, sorry, you've got your shield, so you're at shield. So you're at combat defense -1. Because it just batters your shield right into your side. And it's this tremendously unsubtle blow with a lot of mass behind it. But the initiative is still yours. You are up, and he is woefully off balance from that swing.
I'm going to use another destiny point to convert a bonus die into a test die?
Do that after you roll.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Because if the dice are all fine for this, it's not worth a +1. Right? The destiny points you can do after you roll.
Okay.
You do have options. You could do an aim and an attack, or if
Yes.
you wanted, you could try the reckless attack, which is +1 die. You get to roll and keep 1 extra die, but you lose 5 points of combat next round.
I'll aim an attack.
Okay, so that's +1 bonus die. So +1 you get to roll, but you only keep your normal allotment.
Right.
But again, he is currently combat defense -2. So the odds are real good. You are going to lay some heavy damage on.
Okay. So I keep 5. Wow, these are big dice. 6, 11, 21, 2, 27, 28.
So 28 plus 2 is 30. That is 6 degrees of success.
Nice.
The game engine is supposed to stop at 4 degrees of success, but I don't like that. So we're going to do the full thing. So 4 points of damage times 7. You have hit him back harder than he hit you. That is 28.
I believe he's killed him.
He is going to take a wound. You are able to just batter at him head and as he's slow to recover with that shield. You knock his helmet off. And he's bleeding from a head wound, and he's panting in anger and ferocity. And he is not the brightest, so he is going to do an all-out attack again. In this case, it's to make up for that wound penalty, is what he sees it. But he is now sucking down -1 die -3. Oh, and that was not a great roll to be losing dice from, dumb bastard. That is a 14 -3 makes it an 11 to hit you.
I mean, my defense is 6.
So
You're
that
short
is
yourself after armor, probably.
that's gonna be he got another degree of success there. He got just enough. If you want to spend a destiny point, you can make him lose that degree of success, and it will be 8 points of damage. If not, it will be 16.
Well, I could just take an injury and absorb that anyway, right?
Well, it's gonna be. Remember that wounds heal slowly. So yes, you can take a wound, but then that penalty is gonna potentially hold out for another day. Yada yada yada.
Okay, but I can't take an injury.
With the amount of health that you have left, no. That was kind of the downside there. That said, another option, actually, though, you can take a point of fatigue, which would improve your combat defense, because you can ignore your armor penalty for. So if you just take 1 point of fatigue, it'll give you a -1, but it will heal back nigh instantly. That will knock off a degree of success. That makes it 8 points of damage. Your armor. So
Okay, I like
so
that.
Yeah.
Fatigue it is.
So you are wearing yourself out some, but you are able to recover in time. It is a glancing blow. Your armor/shield is able to absorb it. You are up again. He is once again combat defense -2. Don't shit the bed, and you should take it.
Sorry, what?
Sorry.
Don't shit the bed, and you should take
That
it.
was
No,
that
I
was
meant-
my official GM advice. Is don't shit the bed, and you should take it.
No, I meant what was Adam saying?
Oh, I was chanting to behead him.
I mean, I'm thinking about it. Okay, I'm gonna go with an aim and attack.
All right.
Alright.
Roll them, add 2, and divide by 5.
Okay. 6, 4,
That's-
7, 11, 15, 20.
He has no armor, so. Or no combat. I should say.
Okay, 31 add 2, so 33.
33
Divide by what?
7, or divide by 5. It's going to be 7 degrees. No,
Holy
6.
shit.
6, sorry. So 7 times damage then. That's going to be another wound. He still wants to be able to fight in coming days. So he is going to yield.
Yes.
So yes, you pummel him soundly, smack him real good with like a pommel strike to the unprotected face.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Very nice.
He reels back. He does this kind of cinematic, overblown wind-up with his hammer, and then he spits a tooth and just drops the hammer behind him and yields.
Fucking hell.
Fucking bastard. Oh, son of a... And he's
Oh.
swiping at the blood, and so...
And I
hard
say,
fought.
I may not be acknowledged, but you are acknowledged. Losing to a bastard.
You actually see his dark and cruel eyes flick down to his hammer for a second, like he's thinking about going for it. But he does not. So, now we're gonna call it. It's just all 3 of the guys that you all fought weren't the sort to not finish it in melee, unfortunately. So that kind of dragged it out. But a well-fought 30 minutes of overtime, House Nymerian has made it in their entirety into the next rounds of their joust. So we will be picking up in several weeks' time. Because 2 weeks from now we're looking at Origins. A whole bunch of us are out of state doing other cool stuff. But 2 weeks after that, we will return. And we will pick up where we left off with the rest of the day's jousting, including the second round of the Squires joust. And then there's going to be all sorts of role-playing, because you guys have a lot of people be swinging by your pavilion to ransom back some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
And winning the second round of a joust is an important milestone, because in the broad strokes, you win a suit of armor and a horse for each joust. But if you lose in the second round, you break even except for your gambling, because you won a horse and then you lost your horse, and you won a suit of armor and then you lost your suit of armor. So nominally, depending on the quality of armor and horse, in theory,
You start going into
losing
profit.
the second round is still breaking even. But once you break that threshold and are tilting in the third round, you are thoroughly getting ahead of the pack. So the odds of you all returning with substantial riches to contribute back to House Nymerian's coffers just increased. I think our Chinese is here, so bang. But yeah, you guys hit an important threshold today. So very well struck. We will see you all back here in 4 weeks for continuing drama, excitement, and all sorts of fighting and role-playing. So thanks for coming by, viewers, and we will see everybody in just about a month. Bye, everyone.
Bye.